Welcome everyone to Mapas. We've got Noir and Omnic facing off, with Noir stepping in as the favorite for this match. Noir really holds the upper hand here, leading their head-to-head history 42-23. You can definitely see that confidence reflecting in the opening exchange. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt that rhythm today. Noir is just untouchable right now, putting up a perfect 3-0 start. Omnic has been struggling lately, coming off 3 tough losses in a row. Finally on the board, Omnic reacts a fraction faster to grab a clean point. Still a tough hill to climb for the underdog here. Noir is cruising along with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's usually much more consistent than his recent form suggests. A scrappy exchange there, but Omnic manages to hold his ground and secure another point. Noir is showing why he's the stronger player here, as his map win rate is more than double that of Omnic. I mean, that level of disparity makes a huge difference in these kinds of exchanges. It's becoming clear that the favorite is simply too refined for his opponent. Noir still firmly in control at 6-3. He's really fighting to break the pattern he's seen in his last 3 games. He's refusing to go away, snapping onto his target instantly for another huge point. Noir pulls further ahead now, sitting comfortably at 7-4. He's really digging in his heels to prevent another collapse. We head into the break with Noir leading 8-4. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see. The higher rated player is simply outperforming his opponent in most of these head-to-head trades. Omnic needs to find some answers now. Wow, what a fight. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. That was a total gamble, just barely coming out on top. Noir stays in the driver's seat at 9-5. He is certainly playing like the higher rated seed today. Noir extends the gap to 10-5 with a huge play. Omnic is really struggling to find his form after those 3 tough series earlier. Absolutely effortless. He just completely shuts down any hope of a comeback with that play. He is really taking advantage of that ranking gap right now. A quick recovery for Omnic to pick up another point. He's really fighting to get his head in the game today. Noir just snatched that round in an instant, bringing him to the edge of victory. What a finish. He closes this out with a perfect headshot to secure the series. He really looked like he had all the answers today. Just a completely one-sided affair from start to finish. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We've got Waze and Omnic facing off on Fast Aim to see who takes the win. Waze has completely dominated this specific rivalry with a 73% head-to-head win rate. He's consistently found a way to beat Omnic in their past meetings. I want to see if Omnic can finally break that pattern today. What a scramble. Both players were practically empty, but he manages to barely scrape through. He's really shaking off that poor form from his last few games. Waze and Omnic are deadlocked at 2 apiece now. It's a tough spot for Omnic after that defeat against Noir. Waze is starting to separate himself here, using that height advantage on the ramp to pull ahead. Omnic is really struggling to find any footing today. Waze shuts him down on the ramp to extend his lead to 4 rounds. The gap between them on the ladder is starting to feel very real. Another clean victory for Waze, who is simply on another level right now. He just cannot be stopped, powering through another round to keep this charge going. This is mirroring that 13-11 result from their match a few days ago. Omnic finally puts up a fight to get back in the game. A nice response from a player currently sitting at rank 35. Waze is back in control here, taking that exchange while holding the ramp. The overall map win rates strongly favor the favorite here. Waze has had a strong run lately with a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's clearly in a better spot than Omnic, who's really fighting an uphill battle right now. It'll be interesting to see if that trend holds through the end of the map. Waze goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything here is going according to script. He's the stronger player on paper, and he's currently controlling the pace of this map. Omnic needs to find a spark here. A completely effortless kill here as he continues his climb back into this match. This is exactly what he needed after that struggle against Noir. Waze is pulling further away now, leading 8-6. Waze is really asserting his authority as the favorite here. Waze is really running away with it at 9-6. The skill gap is really starting to show here. Unbelievable. He close to a brutal exchange and manages to hang on by a thread. He just cannot believe how lucky he got there. Omnic just clears him right off the ramp as the comeback gains serious steam. Everything is shifting in this one. The momentum has completely swung as he finds another clean shot from the ramp to tie this series up. He's absolutely relentless, taking over the lead with 4 straight wins. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this matchup. He just can't be stopped, securing another flawless win to extend that streak to 5. Waze earns a quick response from the ramp, halting that run. A critical stand for the higher rated player in this series. He's completely rewritten the story of this match, putting himself right back in the driver's seat. Absolute perfection on that shot, and now Waze is just 1 round away from the series. He closes the door with a devastating final shot to secure the series. Omnic really pushed him to the brink this time, nearly erasing that gap in skill. He'll be gutted after that. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Noir and Waze facing off today to see who comes out on top. Noir actually holds a lifetime advantage in their historical head-to-head matchups, but he struggled to close the gap lately. Waze has taken the last couple of meetings between these two, and he looks quite sharp starting this one off. Waze is really rolling now with a 2-round lead. Noir certainly knows how to trade blows with him. And just like that, we're back to a dead heat. Waze is gonna have to find a way to answer this. Waze manages to hold on to a slim lead. He's putting that higher rating into perspective early on. Waze is firmly in control at 4-2. He's proving to be a tough match for Noir right now. That was a blink, and you miss it in counter. And the momentum completely shifts back toward Waze. He is absolutely refusing to let up, putting together a huge 4-round run. Waze is simply on a different level right now, extending his streak to 5 straight. Simply untouchable. He just took a huge chunk out of Noir's confidence with that burst. Noir reacts quickly to snap a dangerous run and put some breathing room in before the mid-game break. Waze takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, he's completely defying the odds right now. We expected the favorite to put up a fight, but that 6-round run of his has shifted everything. Let's see if Noir can dig in. Waze has been extremely consistent lately, boasting an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. This recent surge in form is clearly what gave him such a commanding lead early on now. It's just a matter of whether he can keep that momentum going against Noir's counter-attack. What a turnaround. He is completely taking over this half and climbing right back into the series. Quick. He's really capitalizing on his higher rankings right now. He is showing some serious grit here, continuing to claw his way back into the game. What a fight! He barely manages to survive that absolute war of attrition. Waze is really tightening the noose here, looking poised to shut this one down quickly. He is truly refusing to quit, securing another fast exchange to keep the pressure on. Unreal. Both were nearly empty, but he clings to a tiny sliver of health to take the lead. Absolute nerves of steel to pull that off. What an absolute powerhouse performance. Waze closes out the match with a perfect final round. That's a huge result for the confidence, proving once again that he's really the one in charge of this rivalry right now. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Noir and Omnic stepping up for this duel, with Noir entering as the favorite. Noir currently holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history. He is clearly the dominant force whenever these two meet. I wonder if Omnic has any answer for that psychological weight today. Omnic is fighting back, but Noir still controls the pace. Omnic is really struggling to find his footing today. We're seeing a total stalemate early on. Neither player is giving an inch in this set. Omnic is actually pushing ahead, leading 3-2. A tough spot for Noir, given that he beat him just 13-6 recently. We are completely tied up at 3 apiece now. Omnic has certainly played better games than his recent form suggests. Noir is really starting to pull away now, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic to find a way back. We've hit a dead heat with both at 4. This is a huge mental shift for the rank 35 player. Noir edges ahead by a single round now. It looks like he's having a tough day across the board. Both of these players are just swapping rounds back and forth right now. It's a real toss-up. The odds today are definitely not playing a factor. Noir just snatched a narrow lead, putting him at 6. That was an incredibly fast trade for the lead. We're sitting at a 6-all tie heading into the break. Well, Omnic is definitely hanging tough despite his recent losing streak. Noir should still be the one to beat here. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic has finally grabbed the lead at 7. He is really shaking off those recent losses with this performance. And just like that, Noir levels things up at 7. This set is mirroring the tight energy we've seen across the board today. Unbelievable. He walks away from that chaotic exchange with just a sliver of health left. That's definitely a different look than his recent 10-game stretch. Total deadlock again. Both players sitting at 8. He's showing some unexpected resilience today. Omnic takes the lead, pushing ahead to 9. The ladder position is barely playing a part in this series. Omnic has such a lean track record here, with only a 30% all-time win rate. It's genuinely surprising to see him this focused after starting the day so poorly. He's really turning the tables on Noir in the second half. That was a total shutdown, showing a lot of heart from the underdog here. A quick reaction there to stop the bleeding. Another fast reflex win for Noir as he continues to claw back into this game. He's looking much sharper with his movement now. Absolutely effortless. He's completely erased that deficit and brings us back to a dead heat. Omnic just sees the advantage, putting himself in a position to close the map right now. What a way to force the extra frames. He denies everything and pushes this deep into overtime. What a slugfest. He absorbs a huge amount of damage but manages to shut the door on that effort. A huge momentum swing in this final stretch. He's simply refusing to lose this, storming back with a third consecutive win. A total shutdown there. And now the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Unreal. He wraps up this incredible comeback to take the entire series. He truly dug deep in overtime to get it done. Omnic fought like a lion, but he just ran out of steam. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Waze and Omnic are heading to Italy to see who can take the win today. Waze has an overwhelming head-to-head record with 57 wins over Omnic. It's surprising to see him start slow given his current momentum. We'll have to see if he can shake this off quickly. Everything is back on the line now at 1-all. He's really trying to shake off that cold stretch today. What a scramble. Omnic barely survives that exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. We're completely deadlocked at 2 apiece. Omnic is really feeling the pressure of that cold streak today. Omnic just takes the lead, putting him up 3-2. Coming into this as the heavy underdog, he's keeping it tight. What a fight! Waze barely scraps through that exchange to bring the series back to a draw. He's showing why he's positioned so much higher on the ladder. Omnic claws forward, holding a narrow 4-3 advantage. Omnic has only a 30% win rate on this map. It's making this early lead even more impressive, considering his struggle in this environment. He's really fighting the odds right now. We're tied up again, 5-all. Coming off a very tough Neil and 3 start today. Waze is simply too fast right now, securing another effortless victory before the break. Waze holds a 7-5 lead as we switch sides. I mean, it's essentially gone according to script. He managed to put together a strong 4-round run to secure his advantage going into the second half. Time to see a new rhythm. Waze barely keeps his lead with a 7-6 cushion. A huge shift in momentum for someone struggling so much lately. Waze pushes his lead to a 2-round gap. He's really capitalizing on his rank advantage right now. Waze is putting on a clinic right now. His reaction time is just on another level. Absolutely flawless execution as he cruises toward a double-digit score. He's completely in control, extending the run to 4 straight. The skill gap is starting to feel very real. Just one more round and it's over for the challenger. The expected gap in talent is showing in a big way. Omnic finally pushes back with a rapid strike, keeping his hopes alive. And that's it. Waze closes it out with a clean finish to secure the match. He's just simply untouchable today, putting another huge victory on his record and continuing that incredible hot streak. Welcome everyone, we have Noir and Waze facing off on Orange today, with Waze currently carrying some great momentum. Noir leads the long-term head-to-head battle with over 440 wins total, and that historic advantage seems to be giving him plenty of confidence right now. I mean, it's interesting, because Waze has been the much hotter player recently, yet Noir is the one starting strong here. Noir keeps the pressure high with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely playing his way into a confidence boost today. Waze is definitely feeling the heat now, having dropped 3 of the last 4. Despite that higher rating, the favorite isn't finding any answers. Noir is just dominating, pulling way ahead at 4-1. A tough start for him, especially after that hot run today. Absolutely effortless. That's 3 straight for Noir, and he's practically untouchable right now. Waze answers back with a clean finish to get on the board again. He's really leaned into that recent 90% form lately. The gap on the ladder is quite significant, with Waze sitting at rank 17. It's really surprising to see the higher rated player struggling this much. Noir is clearly ignoring the stats today, and he seems determined to flip the script on his opponent. That was an absolute slugfest, but he manages to outlast and extend the lead to 8-2. Waze cleans that up easily to keep the game moving toward the break. Noir takes a massive 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, everything is going exactly as expected for the favorite. He is simply outclassing Waze right now, effectively erasing any doubt about who holds the upper hand. Waze needs a big wake-up call. Noir keeps rolling, extending a massive 10-3 lead. It's a total reversal of their last encounter on Dunes. What a fight. He survives by the skin of his teeth to pull one back. He's trying to recapture that energy from their previous meeting. Waze finally claws back to 5, but Noir still cruising. He seems to be finding his edge, just as he did against Omnic today. Waze is on fire, shutting everything down with another lightning fast reaction. He quickly shuts that down to keep the lead at 11. Despite that higher rank on the ladder, he just can't stay in control. He puts a stop to that brief rally and now stands a single round away from victory. Unbelievable! Noir seals the victory with another perfect round to finish him off. Huge statement from the veteran, proving that a higher rank doesn't always guarantee a win on Orange. Welcome everyone. Noir and Omnic are stepping onto red line today, and the favorite looks ready to dominate. Noir holds a commanding lifetime record with a 66% win rate over his opponent. Well, it's interesting to see that psychological edge shifting early on, given how poorly Omnic has performed today. Let's see if he can sustain this upset. What a scramble. He barely claws out of that chaos to take a 2-round lead. He's shaking off a really tough string of losses lately. Noir is really starting to control the pace of this match now. It's a stark contrast to his recent form and that 7-match losing skid. Omnic is simply faster today, catching Noir right as he stepped off that ramp. Everything's back to square one with the score tied at 3-all. He's definitely looking to rebound from that tough stretch over the last few hours. Noir manages to pull ahead by a single round. The pressure is mounting for a player who has already fallen 4 times today. Absolutely untouchable right now. He strolls into a 5-round lead. Omnic has been struggling throughout the entire day. He's simply too fast, claiming another effortless kill from the ramp to extend the lead. He's really starting to look like the favorite in this series. Tight duel between the two on the ramp, but he manages to secure the trade for a 5th straight. It's been a nightmare of a day for the lower ranked player. Omnic puts on a quick show from the ramp to secure another point. Noir takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's just playing his game and validating the pre-match hype. He looked far more consistent throughout these first 12 rounds. Let's see a new spark from Omnic. Both of them fought for that high ground on the ramp, but Omnic managed to secure the edge. The lower rated player is finally putting up a fight. He's really digging in now, taking another round from the ramp to keep this rally going. Unreal, he survives a brutal trade from the ramp to secure another round. That's an incredible recovery given how low his health dipped. Absolute brilliance from the trailing player, erasing the deficit entirely to leave us deadlocked. Quick. Noir is showing some stability compared to the struggling player's 0-4 run today. Absolute ice in his veins. Omnic just leveled the playing field to make it 9-all. Noir grabs the momentum back with a 10-9 lead. The higher rated player is definitely regaining his composure. What a statement. He refuses to break and brings the series back to a dead heat. Noir is showing a lot of poise here, refusing to let this match slip away. He's definitely capitalizing on his status as the higher rated player here. He stays out of the fray just long enough to even the score at 11-11. It's a total toss-up now, completely defying the pre-match expectations. Noir just shuts him down on the ramp to put himself 1 round away from victory. The pressure of a match like this really weighs on the underdog. Game over, Noir delivers a perfect finish and walks away with the victory. Omnic really pushed it to the limit, but he just couldn't close that final gap. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Waze and Omnic are stepping onto Fast Aim for a quick 1v1. The Waze enters as the clear favorite. Omnic comes out swinging with an early lead and catches Waze right as he was stepping up the ramp. Waze holds a commanding 58-21 edge in their overall history. Well, it's clearly a psychological battle for Omnic right now, especially since he's coming off a rough stretch of 5 straight losses today. The key is whether he can shake that off and push the pace. We're all squared up now with Waze and Omnic tied. He looks much more comfortable after that rough 13-7 loss to Noir. Waze has really started to take control now, cleaning up from the ramp to build a nice lead. He looks like he's really finding his stride today. Omnic is staying aggressive, putting a quick stop to that momentum shift and knocking Waze off the ramp. Omnic, Minik. He's really putting the odds to the test today. He's simply too fast right now, securing another seamless victory to keep this run alive. Absolute control from him right now as he pushes the gap to 6-3. This is an incredible flip given the rating difference on the ladder. He's just unstoppable right now, extending his run to 5 straight wins. He's essentially ignoring his standing as the bottom tier seed right now. Total shut off here, and that's 6 in a row for the underdog. Hard to believe this is the same player who struggled for 8 straight games recently. Omnic takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is a complete reversal of everything we expected. He simply outplayed the higher rated favorite in a shocking start. Time for a total reset. Omnic is just too sharp, quickly shutting Waze down as he tried to hold the ramp. It is honestly shocking seeing someone ranked 35th in the league play this well. The speed is just frightening right now. Omnic is ending these fights before Waze can even react. He's just far too quick. Omnic is now staring down a win after that lightning fast blast. Incredible! He closes out the final round to secure a huge victory. Just a completely dominant performance to turn things around after that tough start to the day. He's looking way more confident now. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Noir and Waze facing off today on Mapas. Waze gets the jump on him right from the ramp to open things up. Noir really needs to answer back after a recent encounter on Orange. Noir has won over half of their 800 matches together, and that head-to-head dominance is really starting to show in this series. It'll be interesting to see if Waze can actually shake that mental burden and pull ahead. He's simply untouchable right now, putting 3 straight on the board. The higher ranked man is currently struggling to find an answer. Another quick stop for Noir, and he's now fully in control of the series. The odds pointed toward Waze, but he's not seeing any of that tonight. Unreal. Waze claws back from the ramp and barely survives that exchange with a sliver of health. He's got a lot of nerve to pull that off with such a low health pool. Waze is staying aggressive and finding his footing again, putting the pressure back on Noir. It's a tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. What a statement! Waze completely wipes the floor with him to even the score. The odds were lean, but the momentum is fully shifted. He manages to edge out the duel, taking a thin lead back into his hands. A pristine round there to bring things completely level at 5-all. The underdogs are usually the ones to watch when things get this tight. What a display of grit from Waze, holding his nerve to climb back into the lead. We head into the break with Waze up 7-5. Honestly, the underdog is putting on a clinic here. Waze is defying his lower map win rate by keeping a steady hold on the series. Time to see if Noir recovers. He's really showing some spirit here, walking away from that duel without taking a single point of damage. The momentum is shifting toward the side that was expected to lead. He's simply too fast, shutting down the rally with a perfectly timed burst. Noir has been in incredible shape today, coming in with a 4-1 record over his last 5 games. It's definitely giving him the confidence to mount a comeback. We have to see if he can keep this momentum going. That's another point for him, completely shutting down any attempt at a comeback. Waze has the lead, but Noir is refusing to let this game slip away quietly. He's certainly fighting through that rating disadvantage right now. Waze puts himself on the brink of victory. Just one more round needed to seal the map. A quick reaction there to shut the door on any hopes. Noir stays sharp, securing another round to keep this fight alive. It's a real test of nerve for the favorites to maintain a lead like this. He keeps the rally going with the perfect sequence, extending this little run to 2 straight. The pressure is mounting for the favorite in this closer. He's completely on fire, taking a 3rd straight to keep the dream alive. A very rapid series of exchanges to get this momentum back. Absolutely wild. He's now taken 4 straight, leaving Waze staring down a potential collapse. The momentum shift has completely flipped this series on its head. What a finish. Waze digs deep to weather the storm and secures the victory. He just couldn't let that massive comeback finish the job. He held on to his lead and got the revenge he wanted after that earlier defeat. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Noir and Omnic are facing off on Italy, with Noir entering as the clear favorite today. Noir has traditionally owned this head-to-head matchup with a commanding 45-23 record. That historical edge is really showing through in his confidence early on. We just have to see if Omnic can finally break that cycle today. Omnic has the lead, staring down a 2-1 advantage. He's not playing like someone ranked 35th on the ladder. He's just completely taken control of this game now. He's clearly ignoring his recent struggle in the last 10. He's just unstoppable right now, extending this run to 4 straight wins. The lower rated player is playing like he belongs in the top 10. A tough scramble for the lead here, but Noir digs deep to secure the exchange. The skill gap is clearly narrowing as this map progresses. He's refusing to back down, putting up another victory to close the gap. The top tier seeds always find a way to claw back. Unbelievable turn of events as the momentum fully shifts, bringing the score level at 4-4. He is certainly proving why he entered this duel as the favorite. Omnic takes the edge in that trade to reclaim the lead. It's a complete reversal from his rough 1-5 start today. Noir is staying aggressive to keep this rally going, and now we are completely deadlocked. Noir is simply refusing to let this slip, putting on a display of raw strength to take the lead. We are sitting at a 6-all deadlock. I mean, it's a surprising result given Noir's historic dominance over this opponent. He's certainly shaken off those earlier mistakes, and now we've got a genuine toss-up heading into the second half. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic holds a slim 7-6 advantage here. The momentum is swinging, even though Noir is historically the more consistent player. Omnic is currently riding a strong wave of confidence with 3 straight rounds in his pocket. Right, he's really shaking off that poor 1-5 record from earlier today. He's fighting for every inch of this lead now. What a reaction time. He snaps onto the target instantly, erasing the deficit entirely. He's just on fire, securing another one to push the lead back into his favor. He brings the score back to a dead heat. Everything's on the line for the lower seeded player here. Noir recovers his footing here with a clean shot to take a 1-round lead. He's finally starting to look like that top tier threat we expected. Absolute parity as Omnic forces a 10-10 tie. Neither player is giving an inch as they fight for the lead. Omnic is really putting on the pressure now, moving just one step closer to a massive upset. Simply too fast. That's 3 in a row and puts him in a position to end this right now. A lightning fast reflex play gives Noir another win, keeping his hopes alive. He's really digging in for a fighting chance here. Unbelievable. He has completely erased the deficit, pushing this match into a sudden death overtime. Omnic just grabbed the lead back. He's absolutely refusing to go down without a fight in this overtime. Omnic is just refusing to blink, putting a massive amount of pressure on Noir right now. Noir isn't backing down yet, cutting into the deficit with a totally effortless finish. The underdog is hanging on by a thread. absolute precision here as he wipes the board clean, bringing us right back to a deadlock. This is essentially a coin flip at this point. A shocking display of speed as he earns this crucial advantage. Absolute chaos for the finish, but he secures the final blow to shut this series down. He finally manages to flip the script on that head-to-head record in the most grueling way possible. He really earned this victory. What a battle. Welcome to the match. We've got Waze taking on Omnic here on Dunes to see who comes out on top. Waze has dominated this rivalry with a massive 58-22 lifetime record. He's certainly the superior player in the long run, but Omnic is coming off a brutal victory in their most recent head-to-head. Waze really needs to shake off that memory quickly. What a fight. He barely survives that scramble to hold the lead at 3. Waze reacts instantly to get the round, showing some real grit to cut into that lead. Omnic is simply cruising with a commanding 4-1 lead. It's just not going his way tonight. Omnic is just ruthless, pushing a huge 5-1 lead. A really tough look for the higher rated player here. The momentum has completely shifted as he puts up another huge round. Waze has a winning record on this particular layout. A quick reaction there for Waze to keep the deficit at 4. He's definitely looking for that same spark from his 13-11 win over Noir. Omnic is putting up a shocking performance for someone ranked 35th in our league. It's clear he's completely ignoring the pressure of facing a top 20 opponent. He's just not letting this match slip away. Waze is staring down a massive 8-3 deficit now. Everything is going exactly as it did in their last meetup. We head into the break with Omnic leading 9-3. Honestly, this is the opposite of what we expected to see from the higher seeded player. Waze just can't find any answers for the underdog right now. Time to see if Waze wakes up. Omnic's towering lead is almost insurmountable at 10-3. The lower seed is simply refusing to blink. These engagements are over in a flash, and Omnic is the one coming out on top every single time. Waze is trying to claw back into this, but he's still got a massive hill to climb. Waze is finally putting together a bit of a run, but he still needs a lot more than just 2 rounds to bridge this gap. He's absolutely locked in, securing his 3rd straight round in a heartbeat. He's fighting for every single round now. Omnic shuts down the comeback effort and is now just a single round from victory. A very composed finish to shut that door. Unreal. He closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the victory. He just completely dismantled the veteran here, making that high rank feel totally irrelevant in the face of such a dominant run. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a great matchup between Noir and Waze. Let's see who takes the win. Noir has historically dominated this rivalry with over 400 wins in their head-to-head record. Well, it's a bit ironic since Waze actually took the most recent set between them. It'll be interesting to see who owns the momentum here. Waze is suddenly cruising with a 2-1 lead. Waze is definitely feeling the confidence from that prior series win. A fierce exchange of fire, but Waze manages to edge out the win and extend his lead. He's really capitalizing on that edge in the ratings. Noir answers back with a lightning-fast reaction to keep this contest close. And we are completely deadlocked at 3-all. Things are heating up for the player sitting lower on the ladder. Waze pulls ahead again to lead 4-3. It's a tough spot for Noir, who just came off another defeat to Omnic. We're officially back to a tie. Neither of these guys can really separate themselves today. Waze claws back into the lead, now sitting at 5. His higher position on the ladder is giving him a bit of an edge. Noir finally levels the playing field at 5 apiece. Waze has been the more consistent one over their last 10 games. These two are just trading rounds back and forth, completely refusing to let the other pull away. You got a total stalemate at 6-6. I mean, it's basically exactly what you'd expect from a pairing this close on the map stats. Both players are playing with an incredible amount of poise. Fresh start now. Noir finally regains a slim 1-round advantage. It's a bit of a mental battle for the higher ranked competitor. Noir is currently on a 3-round tear, and that's bringing him right back into the thick of it. Considering Waze was the slight favorite coming into this, the pressure has completely shifted. He's gonna need a big stop here to avoid the total collapse. Pure chaos now as Noir brings us to 8-8. He's finding a way to stay just ahead of the pace. Waze was starting to build some real speed, but Noir just shut that down. He's showing some real resilience after that tough loss to Omnic. What a nail biter. Waze pushes us to a 9-9 deadlock. That's a strong look for the higher ranked man. Noir edges ahead with a narrow 10-9 lead. Both players are fighting hard to shake off those losses to Omnic. Noir is putting on a really strong showing right now, putting some serious distance between himself and Waze. Noir is just unstoppable right now, moving a single step closer to the victory. A sharp reaction there, and Waze refuses to go down quietly. That stop puts some serious pressure on the frontrunner. Unbelievable. Noir shuts the door with a perfect shot to close out the series. He really stepped up his game for this one, outplaying the favorite in a gritty battle. Waze played his heart out. What a fight. Welcome everyone! Noir and Omnic are facing off on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top today. Noir holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, which he's typically been able to translate into wins. But Omnic just took a close series from him earlier today. We'll see if that recent confidence carries through this match. Noir is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly asserting himself as the favorite right now. He absolutely owned the ramp this time, picking up his 3rd consecutive round. He's just untouchable from the ramp, picking up another win. The rating gap between these two is starting to feel very real. He just wipes him right off the ramp to keep this streak alive. The higher ranking is making a huge difference in the server. Omnic finally finds a way through, halting the run to keep things competitive. It's a bit of a contrast to those total dominance shows we've seen today. Noir is in an incredibly strong position with an all-time win rate of 51% on this map. And since he's generally the more reliable player in this specific head-to-head, it feels like he's simply playing his usual game. He's putting a lot of pressure on Omnic to find a way back. Noir is just relentlessly cruising at 7-3. He's keeping his composure, but the ladder gap is still quite wide. Omnic is putting up a real fight here, clawing his way back with some quick reactions. Omnic has definitely found a rhythm against him today. Noir leads 7-5, and honestly, this is exactly what we looked for from the higher seed. He's holding on to a small lead, though Omnic is proving he can keep pace. Let's see who comes out faster. A quick reflex play on the ramp as Omnic keeps this comeback rolling. The underdog is clearly refusing to go quiet. Noir stabilizes a bit, pushing the lead to 8-6. He's clearly more comfortable in these low-pressure situations. Noir is putting on a clinic right now, capitalizing on that ramp advantage to push his lead even further. That was an absolute scramble. He manages to walk away with a narrow victory and earns his 3rd straight win. He's absolutely on fire, extending his run to 4 straight. The difference in their overall map experience is really starting to surface. Omnic manages to shut him down and clears him from the ramp. He's certainly not letting that rating difference slow him down. A quick, effortless response there as he moves within striking distance of the win. What a conclusion. He secures the final kill to close it out. He just completely shut the door on that comeback effort. It's a solid bounce back for him after that rough match on Italy. Welcome everyone. We're on orange for a clash between Waze and Omnic, where the favorite looks to dominate today. Absolute chaos in the opening exchange, but Waze somehow claws back to secure the first lead. Waze holds a huge historical advantage with 58 wins over Omnic, but we can't ignore that Omnic actually took their most recent meeting in a fairly one-sided fashion. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries over to the rest of this map. Absolutely effortless. He's simply refusing to let anything past him today. Omnic answers back with a quick reaction, keeping the score at 4-1. Despite the lead, Waze is still fighting through a rough patch in his recent sets. What an absolute scramble. He survives by a hair to keep the comeback rolling. Waze is firmly in control now, leading 5-2. He's certainly making a point of recovering from that tough loss on Dunes. What a fight! He barely survives a brutal exchange to take a commanding 6-2 lead. Looking like the higher rated player today. Unreal. Both of them were nearly out of health, but Omnic just barely edges this one out. The lower ranked side is putting up a real fight here. Omnic is really digging in here, refusing to let Waze pull away further. The momentum is shifting in a way we didn't expect today. Waze holds a commanding 58-23 lead in their all-time head-to-head meetings, while he's definitely trying to push those historical numbers back into the lead. After that tough start to the day, it's all about reclaiming that mental edge now. Waze takes an 8-4 lead into the break. It's playing out exactly as the ratings predicted. He's out shooting his opponent through most of these exchanges and should be in a great spot to close this out. Waze is just cruising now with a 9-4 cushion. It's a lot more one-sided than that previous clash on Dunes. Waze is just steamrolling right now at 10-4. Waze is really capitalizing on his map experience here. Omnic is fighting for a foothold here, showing some real grit despite that deficit. That's a huge breath of air for him to finally catch. Waze still keeps a comfortable 4-round lead. He's definitely proving that those recent wins weren't a fluke. The reaction times are just blistering today. Both players are practically psychic with how fast they're finding each other. Omnic is putting up a serious fight, keeping these games incredibly fast and unpredictable. Tough trade there, but Waze comes out on top to reach match point. The experience gap is clearly showing in these late rounds. A brutal exchange there, but Omnic holds his ground to stay in the fight. He's definitely not going down without a... And there it is. Waze takes the final duel to secure the map victory. He's officially back in the driver's seat now. It's a huge relief for the favorite to get some revenge after that last blow on Dunes. Welcome to the match on Italy. We've got Noir and Waze facing off to see who comes out on top. Noir holds a narrow lead in their lifetime history together, having won 52% of the time. These two are incredibly well acquainted. But looking at their current form, Noir is definitely playing with more confidence right now. We'll see if Waze can flip the script. Noir is dominating, putting Waze in a tight spot. Our favorite right now is finally showing his teeth. Waze has completely turned things around, erasing that early deficit to pull even. Waze is certainly making a case for that favorite status. That was a blink, and you missed it reaction, putting him in control of the series. Both players traded heavy damage there, but Noir managed to secure the kill to even things up. Waze keeps the edge with a thin 4-3 lead. He's definitely bringing that higher rating into this set. Deadlock. Noir and Waze are now staring down a tie. Noir really knows how to capitalize on his recent high volume run. The pace of these exchanges is just blistering. They are essentially reacting in real time. Pure chaos now as Noir and Waze sit locked at 5-all. The higher ranked man in this pair is under some real pressure now. Waze barely edges ahead, taking a 6-5 lead. He's definitely showing a lot of stability in his recent form. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, the match is playing out exactly as anticipated. Noir is showing why he's considered the stronger player in this rivalry. Fresh start now. Waze has grabbed the momentum, leading 7-6. It's a nice touch for a guy who recently struggled against Omnic. Noir fights back, and we're right back to a stalemate. He's certainly playing the role of the underdog right now. We are seeing an incredibly tight back and forth battle with neither player able to pull away for more than a single round. Waze is currently sitting on a 2-round streak that really puts the pressure on. You know, he's already outperforming his usual win rate on this specific layout. It'd be interesting to see if Noir can find a way to break this momentum. He's just completely in control now, taking the lead to 11-7. Everything is clicking for a higher rated player today. He's just an absolute wall right now, moving within striking distance of the win. A total collapse from the other side of the map. Unbelievable. He survives a total war of attrition to close out the match. He's really asserting himself in this rivalry. That late stretch was simply too much for Noir to handle today. Welcome to Red Line. We have Noir taking on Omnic in today's duel, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Unbelievable. Noir survives a frantic exchange by a hair to take the opening round. A fierce battle on the ramp, and Omnic manages to outduel him for the equalizer. Noir definitely holds the upper hand in their overall head-to-head. Noir is looking sharp from the ramp, really putting the pressure on here. Expected consistency from the higher-seeded player here. Omnic is really making a name for himself today, capitalizing on that height advantage on the ramp to keep things dead even. Noir is just starting to pull away from the pack here, really utilizing that height on the ramp to secure the advantage. Noir leads the overall series by 46 wins, which seems to be weighing heavily on his opponent right now. Omnic has just struggled to find any traction today, and it's starting to show. I wonder if he can mentally reset before this falls apart. Absolute chaos there, but Omnic survives by a sliver to bring us back to a deadlock. Both players are refusing to let the other pull ahead. Noir was way too fast there, catching Omnic completely off guard while he was holding that ramp. They're all squared up at 5 apiece now. The lower rated player is simply refusing to blink. Omnic jumps ahead by a single point now. He's putting up a real fight despite that loss in their last meeting. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. This is right where we expected to be given the skill gap. Noir has a big 66% head-to-head win rate over Omnic, so he'll likely try to pull away now. Time for a fresh start. Omnic is playing with a lot of confidence now, just picking Noir off the ramp to grab the lead. He's definitely punching above his weight right now. That was an absolute nail-biter. Both players were shredded, but he somehow walked away with the round. Everything is flipping on its head today. He's just relentless right now, continuing a terrifying run to extend that gap. Pure perfection from the ramp as he extends the lead to 10-6. A complete role reversal from that 13-7 result they shared recently. Total shutdown here. The momentum has completely swung as he secures his 5th straight. Noir finally answers back, outplaying him in a battle on the ramp. He really had to dig deep after those rough losses to Waze. Noir is putting on a clinic from the ramp now, steadily clawing back into this game. Looking at the rankings, he has plenty of experience to lean on here. Total shutdown of the attempt, and Omnic now only needs a single round to close this out. What a way to close it out! Omnic secures the win with a completely flawless finish. This is a massive shift in the rivalry. He completely flipped the script on that legendary head-to-head record today. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Waze and Omnic facing off, with Waze entering this match as the clear favorite. Waze has typically won 72% of their head-to-head meetings. It's a massive lead, but it's not translating to the server right now. We have to see if Waze can actually wake up and get the momentum back. Omnic has surged ahead, leading the tally 2-1. Coming off a solid performance against Noir earlier today. Waze is really starting to apply the pressure here, evening things up in a hurry. Omnic takes a slim 3-2 lead, staying incredibly composed. Omnic is just dominating, putting up a 4-2 lead. Unreal. That was a complete slugfest, and he just barely scraped through to keep his streak alive. Absolute perfection. He's just totally in control of this match. A complete flip from the results we saw in their last head-to-head. What a scramble. Both players traded heavy damage, but Waze manages to walk away from that encounter. Omnic is playing well below his usual 31% win rate today. I mean, he's usually the underdog in these scenarios, but he's completely ignoring the script here. We need to see if Waze can actually find some stability before this gets out of hand. We're heading into the break with Omnic leading 7-5. Well, he's completely defying the numbers right now. Waze has a way better overall win rate, but he's struggling to close the gap against this underdog. Let's see if the tide turns. Waze continues to climb, showing some serious grit to narrow this gap. The higher seed is finally finding a way to stabilize. Omnic maintains a tight 2-round cushion over Waze. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. Auto shutdown on that exchange, proving he hasn't been shaken from this match. He has to maintain this level to close out the map. Omnic still holds a 2-point edge over Waze. A really tough climb for the lower ranked player to have pushed this far. What an absolute brawl. He digs deep to survive that firefight and keeps the dream alive. Waze really just refused to let that one slip. He is completely unstoppable right now, bringing this set to a dead heat. The gap in rankings is finally starting to show. Omnic holds onto a tenuous 10-9 lead. Waze is usually an absolute wall for anyone outside the top 20. My goodness, what a scramble! He clings to life by a thread to take control of the series again. Another effortless win for Omnic, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. Waze keeps this comeback effort alive with another quick response. He's truly fighting for his life in this series. A complete refusal to go down quietly as he keeps this rally going. He's showing exactly why he's consistently the higher seed. Absolutely staggering speed. And that brings us to a deadlock at 12 all. Simply too fast. He shuts this down instantly and moves within striking distance of the series. He's really making a statement against the odds today. Omnic has really tightened his grip on the lead, putting a lot of pressure on Waze right now. Omnic is simply on fire, continuing his steer to reach match point. The pressure is just too much for the favorite to handle. What a brawl. Waze barely survives that chaotic trade to stay in the game. He's simply refusing to let the map slip away. Waze manages to claw back another round and keeps his hopes alive. He is starting to build some real speed here. What a finisher. Omnic survives that brutal exchange and closes the door on the match. He's just completely rewritten the history books with that victory. He's really broken a long losing streak in this rivalry. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Noir and Waze facing off in the arena to see who comes out on top. Noir holds the overall edge with a 52% win rate against Waze, and honestly he's been the one to beat in their long history. But given how they just wrapped up a previous set today, Waze is clearly carrying the confidence into this series. A stunningly fast response there to bring the lead to 3. He's playing a lot like the favorite right now. He is just completely in control, extending that streak to 4. He's really making it look easy after that 13-7 win in their last meeting. Unreal Noir claws back into the match and barely survives that exchange with a tiny sliver of health. Noir continues to push back, taking this one without losing a single hit of health. This is a serious turnaround from how the first few rounds looked. He's absolutely on fire now, closing the gap to just 1 round. The slight favorite is suddenly staring down a very different momentum shift. Waze manages to shut that door quickly, reclaiming his cushion. His slightly better standing on the ladder is starting to show. He finds his target again, refusing to let the lead slip further away. The trading of rounds is getting intense now. What a scramble. Both players were nearly depleted, but Noir digs deep to secure the parity at 5-5. Waze edges ahead by 1 after that clinical stop. The slightly higher ranked player is clearly feeling the pressure. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see from a high-level contest. Both players are keeping pace, and the match is playing out just as we anticipated. Time to see who blinks first. Waze keeps his grip on the lead at 7-6. Waze has looked incredibly composed throughout this evening series. Waze is putting on a great show right now, sitting on a solid lead heading into the final stretch. He's already outplayed Noir in their previous series today, and he seems completely comfortable with that momentum. We'll see if Noir can actually find some answers here. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Noir survives the fray to tie things up at 8-8. That's a massive swing in momentum for Noir. He's just not letting up, claiming another effortless win to move ahead. A huge shift in energy for the trailing player. A lightning fast reaction from Waze to even things up. Total reset, we are back to a deadlock. Waze stays out in front, edging it 10-9. He's really starting to make the most of that ranking advantage. He's just completely taking over, picking up 3 straight in a row. Noir quickly shuts that down, proving he's not shaking off this challenge. That puts Waze on a tightrope with just 2 rounds to go. Waze secures a crushing lead and now stands on the verge of victory. He managed to keep his health completely intact in that burst. Unbelievable. Waze shut it down with a perfect shot to close out the entire match. Noir really fought for every single point, especially with those few times he almost went down. Just wasn't enough to stop the momentum. What a fight. Welcome to the league. We have Noir and Omnic facing off on Fast Aim, where the favorite looks to secure a win. Noir has a clear edge here with a 65% head-to-head win rate against Omnic. It's an interesting contrast since Omnic actually managed to take their most recent duel. We'll see if that prior victory gives him enough confidence to flip the script today. Noir is pulling ahead, pushing the lead to 2-1. He's fighting to forget that rough 8-13 loss to his opponent recently. A clean read from the ramp for Omnic, and now we're back to a dead even score. He's really fighting to make a statement today. Omnic is really starting to seize control of this map, capitalizing on that high ground to widen the gap. He's completely taken over this match, extending the run to 3 straight. He is really putting on a clinic despite the lower rank. Noir answers back with a sharp read to tighten the gap. He's clearly not letting his recent free game slide weigh him down. A deadlock at 4 apiece. What a roller coaster. Both players are fighting through some tough form today. Omnic edges ahead with a narrow 5-4 lead. Omnic really seems to have his number lately. A real clash of wills on the ramp there, and Noir comes out on top to bring us back to a draw. Both of these competitors are struggling to keep a lead today. Noir claims the advantage, leading it 6-5. The ranking advantage is finally starting to show. Noir goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the start to go. The higher rated player is firmly in the driver's seat for now. Switching sides. Let's see the momentum. Noir is really putting on a show with these 4 straight rounds. You know, it's a huge shift from his previous matches today, where he looked completely out of sorts. If he can keep this pace, he'll cruise to a victory. Noir just dismantles him right off that ramp. He's really starting to separate himself in this one. Tough gap to close for the rank 33 player right now. The pressure is mounting for Omnic as he simply cannot find an answer for this current wave of kills. He is essentially dominating this particular matchup over the long term. And he strikes again from the ramp, putting his opponent in a deep hole. Omnic manages to trade back a round with a fast reflex shot. Omnic is putting up a real fight here, managing to knock Noir off that ramp to keep himself in the game. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing his 3rd straight win without taking a single hit. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing another fast kill to keep this surge going. Unreal. He manages to hold his ground and pick Noir off the ramp, continuing this incredible surge. The underdog is making a huge statement right now. What a response! He puts an end to that run and is now just a single round away from victory. Game over. Noir shuts everything down with a perfect finish to close the series. He really refused to go down without a fight, but that final push was just too much. He had to work for that. Welcome to the league. Waze and Omnic are heading to Italy to see who comes out on top today. Waze has traditionally dominated this matchup with a 71% win rate, but that history might not matter since Omnic actually took the most recent encounter between these two. It'll be interesting to see if the higher rated player can find a way to respond. Waze is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He seems to be getting back to his usual form today. Absolutely effortless. He just keeps on rolling through the opposition. What a frantic trade. Omnic barely claws his way out of that exchange to stay in the fight. Waze is just cruising now with a 4-2 advantage. Waze certainly has the experience edge on this specific map. Omnic has been struggling today with a 5-8 record over the last 24 hours. Well, that lack of consistency is really showing as Waze continues to put the pressure on. He just needs a few more clean rounds to shut this down early. Omnic manages to shut him down quickly and secures a round. He's managing to hold his own against the higher rated player here. What a battle. He survives a brutal slugfest by a thread, continuing this resurgence. The confidence is clearly shifting as we approach the half. He's simply too fast right now, securing another rapid victory to narrow the gap before the switch. We've got a dead heat here at 6-6. This is essentially playing out exactly as we expected. Omnic is fighting hard, but we'll see if that grit can hold up over the next 12 rounds. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Waze pulls ahead by 1, taking the lead again. His higher ranking usually gives him the edge in these tight spots. A completely untouched exchange that brings everything level at 7-7. Waze claims the advantage, pushing the tally to 8-7. He's really looking to bounce back from that loss earlier today. Waze extends his lead, now sitting at 9-7. A very tough road today for the number 34 player. Pure chaos in that exchange. He barely scrapes through with his life to keep the run going. He's really looking sharp after that earlier clash with Noir. He's simply not missing a beat, moving closer and closer to the finish line. Oh, what a finish. Omnic manages to claw his way through that damage and come out on top. His survival instincts are just on another level tonight. Waze recovers quickly from that scare to put himself just one step away from victory. He really is playing like the favorite right now. And that's it! He shuts the door with a flawless final play to close out the match. Despite those few desperate escapes, Omnic just couldn't find a way to stop the momentum once he lost his grip on the server. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for a close battle between Noir and Waze to see who comes out on top. Noir leads the all-time head-to-head battle with 448 wins, but the momentum has shifted recently. Waze managed to take their last encounter, and he looks like he's carrying that confidence into this opening stretch. Waze is just untouchable right now, making it 3 in a row. The higher seeded player is certainly making his mark early. Another fierce exchange ends in his favor, and the pressure is really starting to mount for Noir. Waze is simply on another level, taking full control with a perfect sequence of shots. He is simply refusing to let Noir back into this match. A tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. Wow, a total scramble where both players traded heavy hits, but Noir manages to scrape through by a thread. It proves he's still dangerous despite the tough start. Good heavens, that was a battle. Waze barely walks away from the ramp with his life. His superior rating is really showing right now. Noir has clearly struggled in his recent outings. It's almost ironic considering he's usually the one expected to win these matchups. He's got to find a way to turn this around quickly if he wants to avoid another loss to Waze. Absolutely flawless execution as he continues this surge into the break. Waze takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is just taking over this map. He needs 5 more rounds to complete a massive upset against the favorite. Let's see if Noir can dig in. Waze is really making the most of those angles, holding the ramp perfectly to keep his lead. It's just a continuing trend after their previous meeting today. Waze is just cruising now, pushing his lead to 10-4. The momentum is mirroring that previous clash we saw on Blame. Noir is fighting an uphill battle, trailing 5-10. It's a desperate attempt to find some stability. That was an incredibly fast duel. Noir barely had a chance to react to that snapshot. Noir is refusing to go quietly, putting up a fight to narrow this gap. He's trying to bounce back from that tough loss on Blame. Noir is actually starting to put some pressure on Waze here. A strong start to the half for the 28th ranked player. A swift, precise strike brings Waze to the absolute edge of victory. Noir holds his ground in that duel, barely delaying the inevitable. Waze usually keeps his cool in these tight finishes. And there it is. Waze closes the door with one last strike from the ramp to secure the victory. He's just continuing to prove that he owns this specific rivalry right now. Noir simply couldn't find an answer for that pace. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Noir and Omnic facing off on orange, with Noir entering as the favorite. Noir holds a massive advantage in the head-to-head record with 47 wins over Omnic. He should be the one dictating the pace here, but we've already seen a slow start to this series. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake off the nerves. Omnic is really putting the pressure on Noir. Noir is definitely leaning on that experience to get back in this. Omnic is really finding his footing here, taking a commanding grip on this early phase of the game. This isn't playing out like the head-to-head would suggest. He's coming off a rough set against Waze earlier. Omnic's just cruising along with a 4-2 lead. A tough day for the number 29 seed so far. The momentum is swinging back and forth perfectly. We're seeing a real nail biter on our hands. Omnic is currently sitting on a 5-3 lead despite having a much lower success rate on this map. It's a surprising turn of events given how usually one-sided these matchups go. Now the big question is whether he can keep this pressure up. We've got a deadlock at 5-0. Noir is looking much more comfortable after that previous loss to Waze. A third straight for Noir, completely flipping the script as we approach the break. He's clearly the more experienced player in this pairing. 6-all going into the break, and honestly this is playing out pretty much as we expected. Noir is the stronger player overall, but he's having to fight for every single point here. New sides, fresh slate. Omnic barely edges ahead, now leading 7-6. A really tough stretch today for him after that match against Waze. Just like that, Noir has leveled the playing field. Noir is really starting to push the pace now, putting a real gap between himself and Omnic. Total stalemate now, we're locked in at 8 apiece. Just a really gritty effort from the lower seeded player. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving by a hair to claim a second straight round. His confidence is skyrocketing after that nail biter. Noir answers back and we're tied up at 9. That's a very strong recovery coming from his match against Waze. Noir finally claws back a slim 1-point lead. That was lightning fast. A complete shutdown of the round. They've both got a lot of grit because neither one is willing to let the other take control for long. Omnic is really starting to separate himself here, putting his opponent on the defensive. We are looking at an absolute toss-up. Neither of these guys can stay on top for more than a couple of rounds. Now holds his ground on the ramp to secure a second straight, putting him on match point. The top seed is finally asserting himself when it counts. What a response. He forces this battle into overtime with a clutch finish to tie it up. Noir just needs one more to close the door on this overtime struggle. This is exactly the kind of fight Noir usually wins. Noir is taking full control of the map now, shutting down any hope of another Omnic rally. The gap in their ladder rankings is becoming clear. He's absolutely shredding through this overtime stretch with 3 straight wins. He's just completely shut down the opposition here. fierce scramble for survival, and Omnic manages to stay alive to keep his hopes flickering. He's definitely showing that he can hang with the higher rated players today. And that's it. He closes the series out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really had to sweat for that victory in the end. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit in a grueling overtime battle. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Waze and Omnic facing off on map pass, with Waze entering as the favorite. Waze has been historically dominant in this matchup, winning 71% of their head-to-head games. He's definitely putting that psychological edge into play early on. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can shake this pattern. Waze is comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. His last two games were both losses to Noir. The momentum has completely shifted. Omnic is looking really strong right now. He's completely erasing the rating gap between them right now. Waze holds a slim lead, sitting at 3-2. He's really starting to push that rank advantage. Waze is pulling away now, leading 4-2. Omnic is really struggling to get his footing today. Omnic is refusing to back down. He's keeping the pressure high to stay within striking distance. Unbelievable. Omnic has clawed back to tie it up. He's really fighting through that ranking disadvantage today. He's completely on fire, taking another round with a clean shot to keep this run going. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving into a commanding lead. Waze secures the edge from the ramp as we head into the final round of this half. Just in time to stop that momentum before the half. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely defying the odds right now. Waze has the better history on this map, but he's struggling to keep up with that 4-round run we just saw. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic just shuts that down from the ramp, really putting the pressure on Waze right now. His side of the ladder is usually much lower than Waze's. What an absolute brawl. Both players were down for the count, but Omnic barely escapes with his life. He's just refusing to let Waze breathe right now. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and Waze somehow claws his way out of the wreckage alive. Waze is showing some serious grit, putting together a pair of wins to narrow the gap. Omnic is really turning the tide today despite a rough 5-10 record over the last day. It is honestly shocking to see him push a lead like this given his struggle in the recent matches. He's continuing this surge, showing impressive resolve to narrow the distance to 8-10. Waze barely survives that firefight, but he's showing incredible heart to keep this rally going. We're seeing the high seed truly wake up now. Simply effortless. He pulls off a perfectly clean shot to tie the game up. Just complete control of the pace from the favorite right now. He is absolutely relentless, securing another one to extend this fierce rally. He is finally asserting that higher ladder position. Omnic finds the target to clear him off the ramp, bringing this game back to a dead heat. And he manages to snap that rally, putting himself just one step away from victory. A perfect strike from the ramp sends us straight into overtime. High stakes deadlock as we move into the extra frames. Good grief, that was an absolute slugfest. Waze barely survives that encounter to take a 1-round lead. Absolutely gut-wrenching way to give up that lead. He's just unstoppable right now, extending this surge to 3 straight wins. A tough spot to be in for the underdog. He's simply not missing, making it 4 straight for a massive momentum swing. His recent form is finally mirroring those high expectations. Unbelievable. He survives a total war of attrition to complete the comeback and seal the series victory. He just wouldn't let Omnic breathe once the pressure peaked in overtime. A huge heart to keep those low HP rounds in his favor. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We're on Dunes for a great matchup between Noir and Waze. Let's see who takes the win. What a nail biter. Both players were practically shredded, but Waze barely closed out the first round. Noir holds a clear lead in their head-to-head history over the long term. But it's worth noting that Waze was the one who came out on top in their most recent clash. Now we get to see if that momentum carries over into this set. We're completely deadlocked at 2 apiece. Hard to forget that Waze had the upper hand in their previous meet. Unbelievable. Waze manages to stay standing after an absolute war of attrition. We are back to a tie. Just absolute chaos. A real battle of wills between these two. Noir pushes ahead by 1 in this intense tug of war. He's managing to outplay the higher rated opponent right now. Both players are reacting instantly. These rounds are ending in the blink of an eye. Waze regains the edge, leading it 5-4. He's looking very sharp today after a great run of form. And just like that, Noir levels the playing field. That's a bit of a surprise given the rating gap between the two. Noir is starting to put some serious pressure on Waze as we approach the halfway mark. We head into the break at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly what we expected from a high-level pairing like this. Both players are keeping pace and refusing to let the other get a real lead. Time to see who blinks first. Waze takes a narrow lead as we start the second half. The higher rating is starting to show in these mid-game exchanges. Noir answers right back to make it 7-0. That was incredibly quick, just a flash of a second. Noir is really starting to stack these rounds up and put himself in the driver's seat. Tough break for the favorite after such a strong day overall. Noir is just too quick, deleting his opponent without taking a single point of damage. He's simply not letting up. Picking up another to keep this roll going. Waze stops the run with a perfect response, proving he's still very much in this a huge momentary shift in the air after that exchange. He's showing incredible resolve here, shutting everything down with another lightning fast reaction. Noir is putting together a real stand here, reclaiming control of the server. He's showing great grit to close that distance, making a lightning fast play to stay in the game. That was a fierce trade, but he manages to come out on top and secures a massive lead. He refuses to go down without a fight, keeping the dream alive with that swift win. Absolutely stunning finish. Noir closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Waze had so many chances to put this away after his hot streak today, but he just couldn't seal the deal. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. We've got Noir and Omnic facing off on Italy, with Noir entering as the favorite. Noir has historically dominated this matchup with a 66% win rate over their career, but the head-to-head record can be deceptive in these fast-paced duels. He's already shaking off a loss in their last encounter, so we'll see if he can actually assert his authority now. Noir is comfortably in the lead with 2 rounds. Looking for a similar result to that 16-13 win they had earlier. Absolute speed from the favorite, outdueling his opponent to reach a 3-round streak. The difference in rating is starting to show here. He's completely untouchable right now, taking another round without taking any damage. What a scrap. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to keep this streak alive. He's simply too fast right now, securing another win to push the lead to 6-1. Omnic finally gets a round back, shutting that down completely. He's fighting through a tough stretch today with 5 losses in the last 11. Noir is currently grappling with some inconsistency, having a 9-7 record over the last day. Well, he had a strong start, but now he's letting the momentum slide. It'll be interesting to see if he can lock back in and prevent this from becoming a full comeback. Noir is just crushing it, extending that gap to 8-3. Noir takes a healthy lead at 8-4. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we expected here. That 6-round run really put him in the driver's seat heading into the switch. Time to see if Omnic reacts. Noir is just ruthless, pushing the tally to 9-4. He's really capitalizing on the gap in rankings here. What a fight. He almost went down there, scraping through with just 13 health. Absolutely nerve-wracking to watch. He just barely kept his composure there. He continues to roll, completely shutting down any hope of a comeback from Omnic. Omnic manages to snag this one, slowing down the opposition's momentum. Omnic is really picking up some heat here, putting together a solid run to get back in the game. He's on fire now, extending this hot streak to 3 rounds. A tough, top spot to be in for the favorite. And just like that, the momentum shifts right back to Noir, putting him on match point. Complete denial of the finish, keeping the dream alive for now. The underdog has to stay perfect if he wants to pull this off. A lightning fast reaction from Omnic to secure another round. He's simply refusing to go away, securing another fast point for himself. Unbelievable. He survives by a thread to keep this rally going. He is truly clawing his way back into this game. A complete wipeout for Omnic to force this thing into overtime. He is absolutely relentless right now, claiming a 6th straight victory to take the lead. The pre-match favorite has completely fallen apart here. Noir finally answers back, leveling the series at 13-0. A total reset of the board for overtime. Fast reaction there. And now he's back on top in this overtime battle. A clean kill to put him firmly in control. He closes this out fast, putting himself just 1 victory away from a legendary return. A truly dominant display from the challenger. Unbelievable. Omnic secures the final kill to complete an incredible recovery and take the match. To pull that off after being down so far, it's just a massive mental victory for him. He really stared down the favorite and didn't blink. What a performance. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Waze taking on Omnic in a match where the favorite looks strong. Omnic looked a lot sharper there, securing that early lead from the ramp. A surprising start for the higher rated player in this series. Waze holds a massive historical advantage over Omnic and he's making it look easy right now. The lower ranked player is keeping this extremely tight. Unreal. Waze barely scraps through that fight, coming out with just 15 health after dragging Omnic off the ramp. The head-to-head records certainly back up this kind of dominance. Waze continues the surge, picking Omnic right off the ramp to extend his lead. His recent match history shows just how difficult this pairing is. A fierce exchange there, but he manages to outlast his opponent to narrow the gap. We've got a dead heat with the score locked at 3-all. A real battle of nerves from the number 35 seed. Waze uses that ramp height to his advantage and pushes back into a narrow lead. What a fight. Waze managed to clutch that out by the narrowest of margins, finally clearing him off the ramp. What a scramble. Omnic manages to shut him down off the ramp in a total firefight. Waze has won nearly 72% of their head-to-head battles historically. And he's currently using that confidence to maintain a steady grip on this series. He just needs to keep this tempo to shut the door on a lower rated opponent. Waze holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, the higher seed is playing exactly as expected. He's showing why he owns the head-to-head matchup by keeping Omnic under pressure. Time to see how Omnic responds. Absolutely wild. He barely survives that exchange, digging deep to escape with a tiny shred of health. That's a great way to shake off that recent defeat on Mapas. Waze is really capitalizing on the high ground, putting an end to that brief momentum shift from Omnic. The gap between these two in the rankings is starting to feel real. Waze is just cruising now with a commanding 10-5 lead. Waze has a real talent for controlling the pace against him. He's completely taken over this stretch, racking up 3 straight for a massive 11-5 lead. Another clean shot from the ramp puts him just a single round away from victory. Top seed is simply too polished for this matchup. Game over. He shuts the door with a perfect final sequence to walk away with the victory. He just looked way too fast out there today, practically teleporting onto that ramp to shut everything down. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a great match between Noir and Waze. Let's see who takes it. Waze entered this match with a better recent track record, going 11-6 in the last day. He's currently showing some serious confidence. The real question is if he can keep that pressure up against an opponent who historically holds the advantage in their head-to-head. Noir is really starting to pull ahead now. His higher rating hasn't provided any cushion so far. The parity here is incredible. We're back to a dead heat after a lightning fast response from Waze. Noir has gripped the momentum with a 3-2 lead. It's a tough spot for the higher ranked man in this series. Noir's putting on a clinic, now leading 4-2. The pressure is mounting for the higher seeded competitor. Waze is refusing to let Noir pull away from him here. That's a decent result after that rough loss to Omnic. Total deadlock now as we hit a 4-4 tie. He's currently playing like the better ranked man on the server. Noir edges back into the lead at 5-4. It's a familiar sight seeing Noir come out on top here. Waze is fighting back hard. We're looking at a complete toss-up heading into the final stretch of the half. Noir just sneaks a slim lead back with a 6-5 advantage. That historical edge for Noir is really starting to show. We're headed into the break, tied at 6 apiece, and honestly the match is playing out exactly as we thought it would. Both guys are locked in a stalemate, showing why their map win rates are so similar. Clean slate starting now. Noir grabs the early lead in the second half. The A-game from the higher rated man is still missing. Absolute chaos as Waze forces a 7-7 draw. Both of these competitors are fighting an uphill battle today. Waze is really finding his stride right now, putting together a strong run of rounds. Absolutely effortless. He's now claimed 3 straight to firmly take control here. He's completely take over the server, securing his 4th straight victory. Everything is currently going his way. What a huge stop. He finally holds the slide and keeps this contest alive. A lightning fast response to get back into the thick of it. He's continuing this climb, showing a lot of grit to close the gap even further. The underdog is putting on a serious show in this final stretch. Waze is really showing that his current form is the deciding factor in this set. The higher ranked man is really stepping up in the clutch. Another clean finish for Noir, refusing to let his opponent run away with this match. That confidence is starting to dip for the favorite. Unbelievable. He clings to life with just 11 HP to force a total deadlock at 11-11. Pure adrenaline to get this set right. Back to a draw. A quick reaction from Waze puts him on the verge of victory. What a statement. Noir claws back to force a deadlock. And we are headed to overtime. This is becoming a real back and forth affair. Neither of these two is willing to give an inch in overtime. His 21st spot on the ladder is looking very secure. What a result! Noir keeps the pressure high to keep this set completely locked away. Waze is swapping rounds with him now, refusing to let Noir stay on top. He's proving to be the more consistent player throughout this day. Waze secures another win and is now just one step away from victory. He's truly capitalizing on this high-stakes moment. What a finish. He shuts the door on the series with an absolute shutout to take the map. He really digged deep in overtime to secure the win. That's a huge result for him today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Berserk League. Noir and Omnic are stepping onto Mappas to see who comes out on top today. Noir has owned this matchup historically with a 48-26 lead, but Omnic is coming in with plenty of confidence after their last victory together. It'll be interesting to see if that momentum carries through this set. Noir's looking strong, holding a narrow lead right now. He's clearly capitalizing on that rating advantage right now. Things are completely leveled out here. We've got a dead heat moving into the next one. Omnic has seized control, pushing ahead 3-2. His recent win on Italy P is giving him some serious fuel today. Noir secures the equalizer, utilizing that height advantage on the ramp to shut things down. What a scramble. Omnic barely escapes with his life to take the lead. The lower rated player is really making his presence felt tonight. And we're back to square one with a 4-4 deadlock. He's showing a lot more resolve than he did in that Italy bout. Noir pulls ahead again, clutching a slim lead. The higher ranked player is putting on the pressure. These two are glued together. I can't see anyone pulling away in this series. A very impressive showing from the 35th ranked player today. Omnic edges forward with a slim 6-5 advantage. That was a lightning fast trade for the lead. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, we're seeing a potential shock here despite Noir having a much stronger history on this map. The underdog is completely holding his own. Fresh sides, let's get into it. Omnic has managed to string together 4 straight round wins. So yeah, he's completely flipping the script on his 15% map win rate. He's clearly not letting his past struggles on this terrain get in his head today. Noir gets a nice look from the ramp and finally breaks that losing stretch. He's definitely trying to shake off that loss against Omnic on Italy. Noir absolutely dismantles the opposition's defense by picking him off the ramp. He's finally finding some stability in this set. Omnic is dominating with a commanding 10-7 lead. Omnic shuts that door quickly, simply too fast for Noir, even from that elevated spot on the ramp. Omnic closes the gap with another fast strike from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Absolutely flawless execution to seal the deal. Omnic closes this out in style. He's really putting together a great run of form lately, proving he can outplay the higher rated seed even on a map that usually hates him. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on orange today as Waze looks to maintain his strong lead over Omnic. Waze holds a massive 72% lifetime win rate in this head-to-head matchup. And honestly, we're seeing that historical dominance play out already. It's clear that Omnic is struggling to find an answer for the way Waze handles these exchanges. Absolute perfection from that side of the map. He's looking completely unstoppable right now. Omnic finds a way to answer back, securing a clean shot to slow the momentum. He's not backing down, digging in to push this close at 3-2. Things are looking a lot tighter than the pre-match predictions suggested. Incredible resilience. He's completely wiped out that early deficit to bring things level. A lightning fast response there to reclaim the narrow lead. Omnic is fighting an uphill battle tonight. Waze has been in stellar form today with a 12-6 record over the last day, and you can tell he's carrying that confidence into this series. It's starting to look like his superior rating is the deciding factor in these head-to-head exchanges. I wonder if Omnic has any way to break this flow. We'll be right back with more action from Orange after a very quick technical pause. And we are back in the action on Orange with Waze leading Omnic 5-3. He is just shutting everything down right now, extending that streak to 3. Waze is showing why he holds a significant ranking advantage here. He's just completely in control now, picking up another victory to keep this hot streak alive. Another rapid exchange, and he's now claimed 5 straight as we head toward the break. Siding with the favorite is looking like the right call here. Waze takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as predicted here. He's simply outplaying Omnic, and it shows in that 6-round win streak. Omnic needs a serious wake-up call. Unreal. That was a total war of attrition, but he barely survives to push the lead to 10-3. The disparity in the raw experience is starting to show. Omnic finally secures 1, cutting the gap to 10-4. He's trying to avoid a repeat of that low score from their last meeting. Omnic claws back another to make it 10-5. He's putting on a surprising show despite that rating gap. Wazy quickly puts an end to that brief surge from Omnic. The gap between them is clearly evident throughout this series. He just shuts the door on any hopeful comeback, putting himself 1 step away from victory. Confidence is just radiating off him right now. Omnic comes up big here to keep himself in the game. He's really digging in and refuses to go down quietly. Tough trade here, but he manages to outlast the exchange to keep this run going. Very composed way to string this together. What a finish. Waze barely walks away from that chaotic brawl to seal the deal. Just a totally different level of play throughout the whole set. Waze really knows exactly how to dismantle Omnic's style. Welcome to Dunes. We've got Noir and Waze facing off today to see who comes out on top. Waze has a very strong 80% win rate in his last 10 games, which should put him in a great headspace. But he's going up against Noir, who actually holds the overall lead in their head-to-head history. It'll be interesting to see which side of the data prevails here. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and Waze somehow manages to survive with a sliver of health. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. The number 17 ranked player is looking dangerous today. Noir is now commanding a slim 3-2 lead. Waze is definitely feeling the pressure after a strong start to his day. Noir is really putting on the pressure now. He's taking over this match and moving fast. Tough look for the favorite right now. Noir extends the gap to 4-3 after that. Waze fights back to even things up at 4-all. Absolute lightning speed on those last 2 rounds. He's just on fire right now, claiming a 3rd straight round. Noir is struggling to find any footing today after that loss to Omnic. A swift response from Noir to bring us back to a dead heat. A huge moment for the underdog to pull this back to a draw. Waze takes the lead 6-5 with a clinical finish. The higher rated player is really asserting himself now. We're sitting at a 6-all tie, and honestly, this is exactly what you'd expect to see from these two. Waze is playing a very disciplined game and looks ready to push for the lead in the second half. Fresh start for both sides. Waze edges ahead by 1 after that grueling round. He's really capitalizing on that momentum from his win against Omnic today. Noir clawed back to a 7-7 deadlock. The higher seeded player still has plenty of time to regain control. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving by a threat to take a 1-round lead. Another huge round and we're back to 8 apiece. Neither player can seem to maintain a real lead today. Noir pulls ahead once again, moving into the lead. The higher rated competitor is starting to even the score. Waze has completely neutralized any advantage Noir had here, forcing another deadlock in this high stakes battle. Waze edges ahead again, holding a thin 10-9 cushion. Just unstoppable right now, picking up another round to keep the heat on. The momentum shifted way back in their last encounter. Waze is simply too fast right now and he's just 1 round away from victory. The favorite has totally flipped the script on this server. Sudden spark of life from Noir, refusing to go down without a fight. He's clearly not ready to give up on this match. He's simply not folding. That was a perfect response to stay alive in this game. What a finish! Waze shuts the door right there to secure the victory. He's really chewing through his history with Noir today. The gap between them is closing fast after a performance like that. What a battle. Welcome to Red Line. We have Noir and Omnic facing off today, with Noir entering as the clear favorite. Noir holds a commanding 48-27 lead in their head-to-head history, but Omnic actually took their most recent encounter in a decisive fashion. It'll be interesting to see if that recent victory gives the underdog a mental advantage today. Omnic is surging ahead now, leading 2-1. The favorite is looking quite vulnerable early on. Things are totally deadlocked now, and Noir has effectively neutralized that early momentum. Omnic looks incredibly sharp right now, playing the ramp perfectly to stay in control. Noir is really starting to put the pressure on now, just cleaning Omnic right off the ramp. Noir just clawed back into a 1-point lead. He's really fighting against those recent losses today. We are all square now, an absolute deadlock. It's a bit of a struggle for the favorite today. Omnic is really putting the pressure on, capitalizing on these quick exchanges to build a lead. Noir is doing a great job of keeping this close, quickly cutting down on Omnic just as he tried to hold that ramp. Noir is really rolling now, shutting down Omnic's attempt to hold the ramp for another point. Noir looks determined to shake off a tough 4-game skid. Noir takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. While it's mostly playing out like we expected, he used that strong 3-round run to keep himself on top, despite a few close calls. Fresh start for both players. Omnic just punished him for playing the ramp, and now we've got a dead heat. He's really hoping to make a habit of this today. That was a total scramble for the ramp, but Omnic was just a split second faster. The gap in the ladder rankings is practically non-existent here. He is absolutely on fire right now, taking complete control of this set. He's really playing like the underdog today. Unbelievable, Noir just barely closed his way through that exchange to push the score back to a deadlock. That was an incredibly tight trade to come out on top. Omnic has snatched the lead and sits at 9. Looking at the ladder, these two are right next to each other. Both players were practically staring each other down on that ramp, but Noir won the race to the headshot. Both are currently sitting in the bottom third of the ladder. Omnic is really taking advantage of the momentum here, catching Noir right as he tried to push the ramp. Noir holds the ramp and manages to secure another round, keeping the score perfectly balanced. He's fighting hard to reverse that recent trend of losses. Noir is really starting to put a grip on this, securing another fast victory from the ramp. These rounds are simply lightning fast lately, neither of them giving an inch. Omnic shuts him down on the ramp, and he's now just 1 round away from victory. A complete reversal from how things looked before the match. And that's it. Omnic seals the deal from the ramp to claim the victory. He's really leaning into his current form and just won't let Noir get any breathing room. Truly impressive. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We're at the arena for a match between Waze and Omnic. Waze enters as the favorite here. Waze has totally dominated this head-to-head matchup over their 87 meetings. So the early surprise here is that Omnic seems determined to flip that trend today. I wonder if the underdog can actually hold this ground. Omnic is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. He's showing a lot of confidence for someone ranked 33rd. They're trading rounds back and forth, and now we are right back to a dead heat. Waze is really looking strong after his 13-11 victory against Noir. Omnic just claws ahead to take a 3-2 lead. Waze has looked completely untouchable over the last few days. Omnic is just relentless, stretching his lead to 4-2. Hard to believe the top seed is struggling this much. That was an absolute scramble, but he manages to pull through for another win. A tough spot to be in given the rating difference. Perfect exchange for the favorite, showing some real grit to keep his hopes alive. He really needs to find some consistency if he wants to climb. Waze has a strong 14-6 record over the last day, which makes this a really surprising struggle for him. It's clear he's having a rough time finding his footing against an opponent who usually doesn't give him much trouble. The pressure is definitely mounting on the higher seeded player here. Omnic is just running away with this 7-4. He's usually the one dictating the pace in their past head-to-heads. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, this is a huge shift in momentum. We expected a fairly one-sided affair, but the underdogs are legitimately controlling the map right now. Time for Waze to answer back. A chaotic sequence of shots where both players were nearly spent, but Waze manages to outlast him. He's definitely finding his confidence back in these exchanges. Omnic still holds a 2-round cushion. Waze is certainly having an off day against him. Omnic is comfortably in the driver's seat at 9-6. The underdog really has his number this afternoon. Omnic is simply too fast right now, taking this round without taking a single point of damage. The onslaught continues as he shuts everything down to reach a 4-round streak. Just an absolute steamroller. He's one step away from closing this out. Hard to see his rank playing out like this. What a finish! He barely scrapes through that exchange to secure the victory. Just an unbelievable turn of events. He completely rewrote the script for this rivalry tonight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Noir and Waze are stepping onto Mappas to see who comes out on top. Noir has the historical advantage here, winning 52% of their matchups over a massive sample size. He's certainly looking for some stability now after a tough start to his day. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that long-term dominance into this specific series. He manages to shut things down from the ramp, putting a firm grip on this match. A surprising start for the higher rated player today. He's just completely taking over this series, putting up a perfect 4-round run. Quite the turnaround after his recent defeat on Dunes. Absolute control, he's just walking all over the map now. The lower rated man is completely dominating this one. Just a blink and it's over. He's simply too fast for his opponent right now. He's simply untouchable right now, securing a 7th straight round without taking any damage. Waze finally answers back, finding his mark to put a stop to that round. He's definitely playing the role of the favorite right now. Waze has really found a way to capitalize on his strong form, especially after going 14-7 today. Well, it's clear that his confidence is surging right now. He's managing to put a lot of pressure on Noir as the gap begins to close. Noir is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-3. He's certainly justifying that higher spot on the ladder. We head into the break with Noir leading 9-3. Right, he is making short work of this half. He looks far more comfortable on Mappas than his opponent, proving exactly why he was such a strong pick today. Waze needs the spark right here. Noir is just relentless, stretching the lead to 10-3. A complete reversal from his recent struggles on the server. Waze pulls one back, but Noir still leads 10-4. He's desperately trying to find a way back into the game. Waze keeps his advantage on the ramp and now has a bit of a run going. Noir secures the lead again, utilizing that elevation on the ramp to shut down any momentum. An effortless win for the leader. And now he is just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable. He claws back from the brink to seal the game right. He really needed this one and he delivered, showing that he's still the king of this rivalry. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange as Noir takes on Omnic with a favorite looking to secure another win today. Noir has dominated this specific matchup historically, winning 63% of their encounters. It's a huge gap in confidence. And he looks poised to use that familiarity to keep Omnic from ever getting comfortable here. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's taking the lead after a tough battle on the red line recently. He's completely in control now, putting up 3 straight wins. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from their previous meeting. He's absolutely on fire, picking up another quick victory to extend the streak. He shuts down that run with a perfect shot, showing he's not folding under the pressure. He's still the top seed for a He's refusing to go away, shutting down that momentum shift with another fast delivery. Omnic has a 9-13 record in his last 22 fights. While his recent form isn't stellar, he's certainly playing with confidence after securing that close series against Noir earlier today. And that confidence is translating into a strong start here. That was a brutal scramble, but he survives the exchange to maintain his grip on the game. He's really defying the odds today. A sharp flick from Noir takes this one as we head toward the break. Perfect timing a move to keep the pressure on before the break. Omnic takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a total flip of the script. The underdog is putting a huge amount of pressure on Noir right now. Time for Noir to wake up. Noir narrows the gap, trailing 5-8 now. Both are fighting for a tough set of matches today. He's not backing down, securing a second straight win to tighten this gap. Exactly the kind of resilience we expect from a top-seeded player. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's really turning the tide on this series. The lead is practically gone now. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit to tie things up at 8-8. He's just not stopping. That's 5 in a row as he takes the lead. Omnic is really starting to feel the pressure of the favorites push. He's just on a different level right now, taking a 6th straight round without losing a single point of health. He's just simply outclassing everyone right now, picking up a 7th consecutive point. Absolutely crushing it now. Noir moves one more step closer to victory after that effortless... What a result! Noir finishes them off with a clean kill to close out the series. He just couldn't let the momentum swing back. After that rough start, he really took control of the serve. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Waze and Omnic are ready to go, with the favorite looking to bounce back today. Waze has been incredibly strong in this rivalry with a 72% lifetime win rate. That dominance often carries over, but Omnic is the one who took their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if Waze can get back to those usual numbers. Waze is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. The underdog continues to put up a fight early on. A fierce battle for the high ground there, but Waze comes out on top for that exchange. The higher seed is quickly regaining his confidence. Waze is just running away with this, leading 4-1. His higher rating is definitely making an impact. A brutal trade of shots there, but Waze manages to outlast him to take a commanding lead. He's proving a lot tougher to crack than he was in their last meeting. The momentum has completely swung, and Waze keeps the pressure on with another big round. Omnic answers back with a quick exchange to halt that run. Coming off a rough pair of losses today, but he's still in control. Waze is just too quick today, finding the gap from the ramp to keep this distance. He's looking much more composed than in his recent bouts. Waze is just too fast today, using that ramp position to shut things down quickly. Waze is currently putting up a 14-8 record over the last day. That strong run suggests he's usually more consistent than a player like Omnic, so we have to see if this lead is enough to shut the door on this match. Waze heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the series to start. He's really using that skill gap to his advantage right now. Omnic needs a big response here. Waze is just cruising now, extending it to 8-5. He's really trying to flip the script on this series. Showing a lot of heart, pulling ahead in that exchange to keep his rally going. The gap is closing quickly as he finds his form. Waze holds a solid 3-round cushion at 9-6. Total shift from the dominant 13-6 victory he had in their last meeting. Omnic secures a clean get from the ramp, refusing to let his opponent pull away. He's really digging in and making it a fight now. Unreal, Waze barely clings to life with a single health point after clearing him off the ramp. Absolute luck to come out of that fight alive. He's really putting on a show now, leaving Omnic with very few answers as the lead grows. He's looking remarkably sharp for a player who recently dropped the match to Noir. Absolute lightning fast reflex there, and he is now just a single round away from victory. Omnic manages to claw back around, stalling the finish for now. A critical stop for the challenger to keep this game alive. Omnic puts on a clinic from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's finally found a way to shut down those aggressive pushes. Game over. Waze closes it out with a final burst to secure the victory. He's looking completely back in form now, proving that his long-term dominance over his opponent is no fluke. Welcome everyone. We've got Noir and Waze facing off on Italy, where the favorite looks to keep their momentum. Noir holds a slight lead in the long-term head-to-head with a 52% win rate. I mean, he's clearly played this specific opponent more than anyone else in the league. It'll be interesting to see if that historical advantage outweighs Waze's higher rank today. Noir is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The higher ranked player is finally showing some life. Noir is really starting to separate himself here, looking very sharp right now. Waze claws back, but Noir still holds the 3-2 edge. His recent form has definitely been more consistent than his opponent's. Waze forces the tie. We are all square at 3-3. A complete shutdown. He's just completely taken over the match with this streak. Just a reflection of that strong 70% recent form. Noir quickly finds the target to level the playing field. Noir regains the lead, putting Waze on the back foot. That was an absolute blur. He's just too quick right now. He just can't stop this roll. A perfectly timed shot brings the score to 7-4. Noir takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. You know, things are playing out exactly how we thought they would, with the favorite firmly in the driver's seat. Waze will need to adjust quickly to bridge this gap. Let's see if Waze can pivot. Waze has been playing some incredible stuff today, entering this match with a 15-8 record over the last 24 hours. It's just a shame he can't translate that momentum into this specific series. We're seeing a massive disconnect between his general form and his output here. Noir is just running away with it. 10-5 now. It's becoming a real uphill battle for the higher rated player here. The pace of these exchanges is incredible. Neither player is letting the other breathe for even a second. Noir has effectively shut the door on any hope for a comeback here. That's a huge contrast to how the other side of the ladder is performing. Waze is fighting to keep this series alive, showing some real grit to keep the score respectable. Noir puts the pressure back on, and he's now just one round away from closing this out. The pressure is really getting to the slight favorite here. What a fight! Noir survives the chaos to secure the victory. He just looked far too comfortable on this map, despite the ranking gap. That's another win for Noir in this rivalry. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Noir and Omnic facing off today to see who comes out on top. Noir leads this head-to-head matchup by a significant margin. Well, it's clear that history is heavily on his side today. Omnic is trying to break that trend, but he's fighting uphill against a player who knows exactly how to beat him. Noir keeps the pressure on, taking an early 3-round lead. The expected outcome is certainly playing out right now. A brutal exchange of fire, but he claws one back to stay in the fight. He really needed that one to shake off the early pressure. Absolute chaos there, but he manages to scrape through with just a sliver of health. His recent victory over the former on Orange set a similar tone. A completely effortless shot to bring the game back closer. Noir currently holds a much stronger position on the ladder, sitting comfortably above his opponent. This gap in skill seems to be manifesting in how he manages the pace of the match. You can tell he's simply not feeling the pressure as much as Omnic is right now. He's simply too fast right now, taking total control with a lightning quick strike. Omnic reacts instantly to shut that down. He's fighting to raise that memory from their last meeting. Noir is just dominating, holding a massive 5-round lead. Slightly higher in the rankings, and it's definitely showing. Noir holds a commanding 9-3 lead going into the break. I mean, we knew he was the better player on paper, and he's certainly proving it right now. He's putting a lot of distance between himself and Omnic. Time for a complete reset. Omnic finds a spark, cutting the deficit to 9-4. He's certainly putting up a fight despite the rank difference. Noir pulls ahead again, extending his lead to 10-4. Exactly what you'd expect given the gap in their ratings. That's a quick response from Omnic. He's showing some real resilience by fighting back in these late rounds. Omnic is narrowing it down, now trailing 10-6. He's starting to look like he can turn things around today. Absolute perfection on that trigger pull. Is he really hitting up now? He's completely flipped the momentum of this match. Another one for Omnic. He's simply on fire right now. The gap in those ratings is starting to look irrelevant right now. What a sequence. He just can't be stopped right now as he keeps this incredible run alive. The confidence shift here is palpable. Unbelievable. He has completely wiped away that early deficit to bring us that even. This is a total flip from how this duel started. Noir finally answers back, ending that run with a crisp headshot. He's back in the driver's seat and just one more round away from victory. What a way to close it out. Noir shuts the door completely and secures the match. Omnic really pushed him to the limit with that insane run in the second half. He just barely fell short today. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, we're on Mappas for a duel between Waze and Omnic, where the favorite looks to maintain his dominance. Waze has completely owned this rivalry, leading the head-to-head 64-25. It shows just how much of a mental edge he holds over Omnic. If this pattern continues, the match could end very quickly. Waze is just cruising right now with that 2-0 lead. The odds definitely favor this side of the map. Omnic claws one back, putting the tally at 2-1. The lower rated player is starting to push back here. Waze is putting a lot of pressure on, keeping the pace high early on. Waze takes a narrow 3-2 lead into the next fight. Wait, we've got a dead hit at 3-3. Both of these players have struggled throughout their sets today. Omnic pulls a great play to knock him off the ramp and takes total control of the set. It's a surprising flip from their last meeting on Fast Day. He's just completely taken over this set, adding another win to a 4-round tier. He's playing way above his usual level right now. Waze puts on a strong showing from the ramp to put an end to that run. What a scrap. He manages to cling on for his life while securing the kill from the ramp. Waze is really trying to make a statement here. Omnic is staying aggressive, putting that ramp spot in his crosshairs and moving ahead. A huge effort from the lower rated side to regain the lead. Omnic leads 7-5 going into the break. I mean, this is a huge surprise given how much Waze usually owns this matchup. The underdog is fighting hard and looks ready to steal this one. Let's see if the momentum sticks. Waze is currently sitting on a 15-9 record over the last day. Well, that recent form just isn't translating into results here. It'll be interesting to see if he can dig in and find some stability before this slides completely. Waze is digging in his heels, showing some real grit to tighten this gap. The higher seed is fighting hard to get back into the driver's seat. Nick as That was an effortless sequence, and he's proving he can hang in this fight. He's refusing to let this match slip away. Omnic is really flexing a 10-7 grip. The lower rated man is really putting the pressure on here. He secures another one from the ramp as he keeps this rally going. That trade of momentum really shifts the air in here. Another flawless look from Waze, who simply refuses to back down. He's quickly narrowing the gap to just a single round. Omnic is reacting incredibly fast right now, barely giving him any time to breathe. Lightning fast reaction there to shut down the rally and put the game on the line. He keeps the dream alive by picking up another from the ramp. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seat now. What a fight. Waze barely survives the trade-off to stay alive in this series. Absolutely clutch to pull himself back into this game. Absolute chaos in the closing moments, and Omnic comes out on top to seal the series. He really defied the history books today, shaking off that long-term slump to finally claim a victory. Talk about a confidence boost. What a fight. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Noir and Waze are facing off today on Orange to see who comes out on top. Noir holds a decent lead in the head-to-head battle with 451 wins. It's interesting because he's generally seen as the underdog compared to the higher-rated Waze. Now we see if he can actually turn those career stats into a full match victory today. Waze is really starting to pull away here. He's really showing the difference in their ladder placements. A complete deadlock so far. Neither one is letting the other get any breathing room early on. Waze maintains his narrow edge, leading 3-2. Interestingly, he's usually the one fighting from behind in this rivalry. Waze looks totally dominant with that 4-2 gap. He's definitely capitalizing on the better map win rate here. He's absolutely on fire right now, claiming his third straight victory. The momentum has completely shifted since that last win in Italy. Absolute control from Waze. He just isn't letting up on this surge. Noir is really feeling the pressure after a tough start. Noir finally responds, ending that cold spell with a fast reaction. Waze is really capitalizing on that 15-10 run he's had over the last day. It's clear he's bringing that confidence into the server. If he can close out a few more rounds here, the dynamic of this duel shifts completely. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, the underdog is putting on a great show right now. We expected Noir to control this match, but Waze is ignoring the script. Let's see if Noir can claw back. He's showing a lot of grit, securing a perfect round to keep this fight alive. Noir is definitely proving he can hang with a higher rated opponent. Unreal Waze barely scrapes by after an absolute slugfest, surviving with just a sliver of health. That was an incredibly tight exchange. He's digging deep here, refusing to let the deficit slide any further. The pressure is definitely starting to mount for the favorite. He's on a roll now, leveling the series at 8-8 with a perfectly timed peak. This completely wipes out the edge we saw early on. Waze regains the advantage, moving ahead 9-8. He's definitely capitalizing on that 15-10 run today. Waze extends his cushion to a 2-round lead. A few spots higher in the ranking, but he's really playing like it. He's refusing to go away, chipping away at that gap with an aggressive play. He's absolutely relentless right now, clawing his way back to a dead heat at 10-10. Waze is really feeling the heat now. We are seeing some incredibly fast exchanges lately, barely a second of reaction time before someone drops. Waze puts an end to that mini run and is now just a single round away from victory. Noir is refusing to buckle, stepping up again to put an immense amount of pressure on Waze. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he survives the bout to force a tie. A wild swing in momentum to force this a draw. What a fight. He barely survives that exchange to take a 13-12 lead. The underdog is playing with an entirely different energy right now. He's just not letting up, securing another fast one to extend the lead. The pace of these entries is just blistering. Noir is absolutely refusing to let up, bringing this incredible run to 5 consecutive wins. What an incredible finish! He secures the final kill and completes the most stunning turnaround of the series. What a performance! He really dug deep and managed to flip the script when it mattered most. He had to fight for every single point there. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Noir and Omnic are facing off on fast aim, with Noir entering as the favorite. Noir has an incredible historical advantage here, leading the head-to-head matchups 50-28. And he's coming into this set with significant momentum after taking down Omnic in their very last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find any answers to break that cycle. Noir looks sharp up on that ramp, quickly reclaiming control of the match. The higher rated side is proving too difficult to shake. Omnic reads the movement perfectly, picking Noir right off that ramp to keep things dead even. Both players are really fighting for an edge early on. Omnic takes a slim lead, putting Noir under pressure. That's a surprising shift for the lower rated player in this set. We are back to a deadlock at 3-3 now. Noir definitely looks like the more confident player today. Noir keeps the pressure on, securing another fast win from the ramp. The server favorite is really asserting himself early. Huge response here as he manages to hold that ramp and snap Omnic's momentum. He's just on another level right now, extending the lead to 6-3. Absolutely effortless. That makes 5 straight for Noir, who simply isn't missing a shot. Omnic. Noir takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything we expected to see from this matchup is playing out exactly as predicted. He's simply outclassing Omnic right now. Let's see if Omnic can rally. Omnic is really struggling to find his footing, having suffered from a 10-16 record over the last day. It's becoming quite clear that he's just not matching Noir's recent form. He needs to make a big adjustment quickly, or this will be a very short night. Noir puts a stop to that brief rally by picking Omnic right off the ramp. The gap in consistency is just too wide today. Omnic manages to knock him off the ramp for another round. A welcome glimpse of resistance from the lower ranked side. A fast-paced exchange there. Both of them fought for the high ground, and Omnic just came out on top. A tough spot for the Seed 28 player here. Omnic is on a tear now, knocking the favorite right off the ramp to secure his third straight win. A total reversal from the usual dominant displays we see from him. Noir puts an immediate stop to that momentum, putting himself just one round away from victory. A very crisp finish from Omnic to delay the inevitable. That's a huge fight back for the underdog. That's it. A perfect closing shot puts a definitive end to the series for Noir. He's just far too dominant on this map. Omnic put up a fight, but he's really struggling against this guy's style. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Waze and Omnic facing off today, with the favorite looking to secure a dominant win. Waze holds a massive advantage in their long-term history, having won 71% of their head-to-head encounters. But it's important to remember that Omnic actually took the victory in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if Waze can lean back into that career dominance today. Waze is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He has a tough road ahead as the lower ranked player in this set. Waze is starting to separate himself here. He just needs a few more of these clean exchanges to put the pressure on. Waze just barely edges ahead, now commanding a 3-2 lead. It's a tighter contest than the rankings suggested. Omnic claws back and we're deadlocked at 3 apiece. The momentum feels shifted after that 13-11 result in their last set. He's taking complete control of the server, picking up another win to extend that streak. Waze answers back immediately to level the playing field. That's a much better look than those last 3 games he played. Omnic finally takes the lead at 5-4. Despite the ladder advantage, he's struggling to find an answer today. Waze has been struggling lately with a string of losses in his most recent matches. Well, it seems those recent setbacks are bleeding into this set, and it's putting him in a very precarious position. Omnic is just 1 step ahead now at 6-5. That should be enough to shake the rust off his recent run. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, the underdog is playing way above his rank right now. He's putting Waze in a real jam, making the favorite look very uncomfortable. Waze needs to find a spark. Waze closes the gap to just 1, trailing 6-7. Both of these guys have been struggling to find consistency today. And we are back to a total stalemate at 7-all. Neither of these players has looked particularly sharp in their other games today. Omnic is starting to build some serious momentum here, turning this back into a one-sided affair. This is becoming a real struggle for the higher rated player. Unreal. He somehow claws back from the brink to tie things up at 8-8. Just a sliver of health left on that one. Waze finally grabs the lead, pushing it to 9-8. He's finally shaking off that tough 3-game slide. Holy cow, what a scramble. He barely manages to survive that firefight while fighting from the ramp. Just an absolute nail-biter of an exchange there. Absolutely crushing it now. That's a 4th consecutive round for Waze. Omnic halts that surge, showing some serious grit to keep this series alive. That's a critical stand to keep this whole match within reach. What a response. He completely shuts down any hope of a fast wrap-up here. Omnic is starting to look completely fearless in these exchanges. He's simply not stopping, erasing the lead to keep this a dead heat. The pressure is really mounting for the higher ranked man. Waze holds his nerve here to finally regain the advantage. Exactly what you expect when the favorite finally stabilizes. Absolutely sensational. Waze closes out the series with a perfect finish. Omnic really pushed him to the limit today, but the experience eventually paid off. He earns a crucial victory here. What a fight. Welcome to the show. Noir and Waze are facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Noir leads their head-to-head history with a 52% win rate over the long haul. So yeah, it's interesting to see him fighting from behind here, especially since he's been taking a lot of games recently. I wonder if he can get that momentum shifting in his direction. Waze thought he had the vantage point there, but Noir just played right through him. Waze had the early advantage, but Noir is finding his footing. Waze just had the quicker reaction there. He's really putting a lot of pressure on Noir early on. It's a strong showing for the higher rated player here. Waze is currently dominating with a 3-2 lead. Waze is holding the line well despite the historical gap. Unbelievable! He just barely edges out the fight and forces the deadlock at 3-3 after pulling him off the ramp. What a scramble! He survives a chaotic exchange on the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. The confidence is clearly building after that narrow escape. Absolute lockdown. He's completely shifted in the energy of this match with another flawless response. He answers back quickly, keeping the gap small at 5-4. He's certainly proving why he holds the higher seed today. What a fight. He clings to life with a sliver of health to even the score. He's really making it a tough afternoon for his opponent. Both of them went for the same high ground, but Noir managed to outduel him in that scramble. That really mirrors their clash earlier today on Blame Orange. Noir takes the first half 7-5. Well, it's a fairly standard start for him given the history here. He definitely looks like the stronger player right now, especially after that string of 4 straight round wins. Time for a quick reset. Noir keeps his slim advantage as we enter the 13th. Waze is fighting back after that tough loss on Blame Orange. We are completely tied up at 7-all. The gap in their ranks is starting to show as we hit this deadlock. Waze is simply on fire right now, taking full control of the map. Looking a lot like the ranked underdog he's been today. That was a brutal trade, but he manages to scrap through for another victory. He's putting on a clinic right now. He's just too sharp right now, securing that 5th straight win from the ramp. This is a massive shift from the outcome of their previous encounter. Noir pulls himself back into the fight by picking him off the ramp. That huge momentum swing has finally slowed down a bit. He's showing some serious grit here, taking another fast round to close the gap. Just a few seconds of chaos and the lead is practically gone. Waze is really locking this down. He's starting to separate himself in this second half. A completely clean takedown as he keeps the pressure high in this comeback effort. He's keeping the deficit manageable with those quick responses. Waze is just outclassing him right now, putting the pressure on with that perfect shot. The higher ranked side is really stepping up his game. Game over. Waze shuts the door with a precise finish to take the win. He really stepped up and got his revenge for that loss on Orange. Noir fought a hell of a battle, but he just couldn't stop that late surge. Hard fought win. Welcome to Italy for today's duel. We have Noir facing off against Omnic in a battle for the win. Noir holds a commanding lifetime edge here, winning 65% of their encounters. And he's already coming into this match with a victory over Omnic in their most recent duel. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can break that trend early on. Omnic has seized the lead with 2 rounds already. It's a surprising shift for the player currently lower on the ladder. What a fight. He barely scrapes through that encounter to level things up at 2-2. He's definitely looking more like the favorite now. Noir claws back into the lead at 3-2. The rating gap is starting to show through here. And just like that, Omnic forces a deadlock at 3-3. Both of these players are struggling a bit with their form today. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, quickly moving into a comfortable lead. He's completely taking over, securing another one to extend his run. He's completely overwhelmed his opponent, extending this streak to 4 straight. Noir answers right back with a swift shot to snap that momentum. It's a bit of a scrap for the higher ranked side right now. Noir is refusing to go away, deleting his opponent with a lightning fast burst. We head into the break tied at 6-6. This is a very balanced start for both players despite the rating gap. It's a dead heat going into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. He continues to push forward, showing real grit as he takes the lead with a flawless burst. He is really starting to live up to the expectations today. Noir equalizes perfectly, bringing us back to a 7-7 tie. Total deadlock for the two of them now. Omnic edges ahead, taking an 8-7 lead here. He's really putting on a clinic for the underdog here. He's looking untouchable right now, completely shutting down the opposition to make it 3 straight. He's absolutely on fire now. Just walking through Noor for a 4th consecutive victory. Incredible. He survives by a hair to move within 2 rounds of victory. A fast reaction there to finally cut that streak down. He's been having a tough run across the board today. Total shutdown. Omnic puts himself just 1 round away from victory. A complete reversal from how this was expected to go. He keeps the dream alive, shaking off the pressure to stay in the fight. And there it is. Omnic shuts the door with a final flurry of shots to secure the series. He really defied all the stats and head-to-head history with that performance. A massive statement win for the underdog. Welcome to the dunes. We've got Waze and Omnic stepping up for this one, with Waze entering as the clear favorite. Waze enters this contest with a massive historical advantage, leading the head-to-head 65-26. That mental edge is clear since he also came out on top in their most recent clash. I think Omnic is really feeling the pressure of those stats right now. Waze is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Fastest round of the set so far. Omnic has completely flipped the script here, taking a commanding bit of momentum into the next few rounds. Waze manages to claw back a narrow lead. His recent 17-11 day shows he's playing with plenty of confidence. And just like that, Omnic levels the playing field. The rating gap isn't playing a part in this early phase. Omnic is putting on a show right now and he's really starting to put some distance between himself and the favorite. Total shutout here as he keeps the momentum swinging his way. He is on fire, securing a 4th consecutive victory without taking a single point of damage. Waze refuses to go quiet, showing some grit to halt that slide. Omnic is currently sitting on a strong trajectory despite his 11-18 record over the last day. It's clear he's ignoring the negative trend and finding a way to outplay the higher rated opponent. He's really putting the pressure on Waze now. Omnic heads into the break with a surprising 8-4 lead. Well, we are seeing a complete reversal of the expected outcome. He's playing out of his mind and Waze looks genuinely rattled right now. Waze is fighting back but still trails by 3. Still trailing but finally showing a bit more composure. Omnic is just dominating, holding a commanding 4-round cushion. The gap is shrinking and Waze is refusing to let this slip away from him. A quick response to keep the pressure on. What a scramble. Waze just barely scrapes through that exchange to keep his momentum alive. He's really starting to leverage that higher rank in the clutch. Omnic still holds a 3-round advantage over a struggling Waze. That was a lightning fast exchange to reclaim the lead. He is showing some real spirit, cutting the deficit down to just 2 rounds. He is certainly proving he can trade blows with the best in the server. What a fight! Omnic barely survives that exchange to keep his lead intact. A real test of nerves for the lower ranked player here. A total shutdown on that exchange as Waze refuses to let the momentum slide away. A complete shutdown. Omnic puts himself just 1 round away from victory. He is really defying every expectation today. He simply refuses to back down, keeping the dream alive for now. Unbelievable. Omnic closes it out right here to secure the victory. He really stepped up today, shaking off that brutal head-to-head history to pull off the shocker. Waze fought hard, but he just couldn't stop that momentum. What a fight. Welcome to the show. We have Noir taking on Waze on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Noir historically holds the edge in this rivalry with over 450 total wins, but the tide has turned lately since Waze took their most recent encounter. Now we'll see if that momentum carries through the first half. Waze is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. The underdog is really making a case for himself here. They both fought for the high ground, but Waze was just a fraction faster on the trigger. Waze surges ahead, extending his lead to 3-2. Noir is certainly playing with a chip on his shoulder right now. Waze is absolutely dominating with a commanding 4-2 lead. Waze has a strong 17-12 record over the last day. It's impressive how he's translated that general confidence into this specific match. Noir just needs to find a way to disrupt that momentum before he falls too far behind. Noir keeps his composure to snag another one, tightening the gap to just a single round. Waze really shut that down quickly, catching Noir right as he tried to use the ramp. Waze is just untouchable, pushing his lead to 7-4. Coming in as the slight favorite, he's certainly proving why. Waze holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the switch. Well, the script is flipping as the supposed underdog takes a strong lead. Noir will need a fast start in the second half to avoid a total collapse. Time to reset. Waze holds on to an 8-5 cushion for now. He seems to be in a better spot than usual against his rival. Waze is simply rolling right now, extending it to 9-5. Just another strong showing from the current rank 25. Waze is completely in control, shutting that down in a flash to maintain his streak. Absolutely lethal. He's just moving through this opponent right now. The rating gap is clearly showing through right now. Waze is simply on fire, securing a huge win from the ramp to put himself just 1 point away from victory. Noir manages to reset the pace, keeping his opponent at bay for another round. The veteran is fighting for every inch of ground now. What a finish. He shuts the door right there to secure the series. He's really making a statement here, proving that those historical numbers don't matter when you're playing this sharp. Welcome everyone to the arena. Noir takes on Omnic today in a matchup where the favorite looks to bounce back. We'll be right back with more action from the arena after a very quick break. Noir really holds the psychological edge here, leading this head-to-head 51-29. It's interesting to see him start strong because he struggled quite a bit in his previous few outings today. This is a huge opportunity for him to shake off those losses. And we are back in the action with Noir holding a 1-0 lead over Omnic. Omnic had the momentum from their previous meeting today, but that's gone. Omnic finally answers back, cutting the lead down to 2-1. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, quickly erasing that early deficit to tie things up. Noir pulls ahead again, extending his lead to 3-2. He really needs this result after those 3 straight losses. We're taking a quick timeout here, so hang tight and we'll return with more Noir and Omnic. Noir extends his dominance, now sitting at 4-2. Alright, we are live again at the arena with Noir leading Omnic 4-2. He's looking way more composed than he did against Waze earlier. Omnic keeps fighting back, securing a perfect round to trim the deficit further. He is showing real grit here, quickly closing the gap to just 1 round. He is really playing the role of the spoiler today. And he's done it. Omnic has surged back to level the score. The pressure is starting to mount for the favorite. Noir quickly recovers his footing to move back into a 1-round lead. Omnic has had a tough stretch recently, bringing a 12-18 record over the last day into this server. So yeah, it explains why he's struggling to find any consistent footing against Noir's pressure. If he doesn't find a way to reset, this could quickly spiral out of reach. Absolutely untouchable right now as he extends that streak to 4 straight. That was a frantic exchange, but Noir manages to survive and keep his run going. He's clearly shifted the tide since their last meeting on Italy. The momentum is completely shifted as he puts up a 6th straight win. He looks completely different from that rough stretch against Waze. He's on a tear, taking a 7th straight round to reach match point just before the break. Noir heads into the break with a huge 13-5 lead. Well, it's basically a script of exactly what we expected to see today. That 8-round tear just completely buried Omnic early on. Omnic is refusing to just go down quietly, managing to disrupt that momentum at the perfect time. That's a gutsy response to keep the game going. The pace is incredibly fast now. Both players are basically just trading blows in the blink of an eye. What a finish. Noir closes the door and secures the series victory right here. Omnic is stubbornly refusing to let this go, keeping himself within shouting distance. A desperate effort to keep a hold of the match. We've got to pause things for a bit, but we'll be right back with more action. We are back live at the arena where Noir currently holds a 14-8 lead. Unbelievable. Noir shuts it all down right now to claim the match. Absolute brilliance from the favorite to put an end to the struggle and secure the map. Omnic is making a final stand here, refusing to let the match end on a low note. He's managing to stay competitive despite being the underdog here. Omnic is putting up a real fight here, refusing to let his opponent close out the match easily. Squeezing through by a thread. He scrapes out his third straight win in a fierce exchange. His nerve is absolutely incredible in these clutch moments. He's simply on fire right now, racking up another victory to push his current run to 4. Incredible momentum shift as he clinches another round to extend that 5-game streak. He's really capitalizing on the confidence from their last encounter. Noir quickly shuts down the comeback attempt, putting the score at 17-13. The ranking advantage really shows up in the endgame. He finally found his rhythm again, shaking off those earlier defeats in a huge way today. Welcome everyone, we have Waze and Omnic facing off on Mappas. The favorite Waze looks to dominate this round. Waze clearly owns this rivalry with a 71% career win rate. However, the mental edge has shifted after Omnic managed to secure that victory in their most recent head-to-head. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries over here. Omnic is simply on fire, leading 2-1. The rating gap isn't playing a factor here. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, catching Waze quickly as he pushed up the ramp. It is just like their last encounter where the favorite was outplayed. Waze manages to hold the ramp to keep this series very close. His high tier ranking usually gives him the edge in these battles. Omnic is just dominating, pulling ahead with a 4-2 lead. His current run across the day is looking very strong. Waze fights back to trim that lead to 4-3. He's definitely looking to bounce back after that tough loss on Dunes. The momentum has completely flipped back to Waze, who now holds all the control in this set. Absolute deadlock here as we head into the second half of the match. Omnic edges ahead by 1, holding a narrow 5-4 lead. He's definitely fighting the usual map trends today. Omnic is showing some surprising resilience with an 18-12 record over the last day. It is impressive to see him maintain this pressure given his usual struggles in this specific matchup. He needs to keep this momentum going if he wants to pull off the upset here. We've got a dead even split here at 6-all. Well, Waze hasn't run away with the lead as we thought he might. He'll need to tighten up his game to hold that historical advantage in the second half. Fresh starts for both players now. Waze claws ahead, taking a slim 7-6 lead. That was incredibly quick, essentially ending the round in a blink. And just like that, Omnic brings us back to a 7-7 deadlock. Both players are essentially playing at their peak today. Waze is really starting to pull away here, claiming the lead by a single round. Waze is really building some speed here, making it a 2-round cushion as he controls the pace of the game. Waze holds the line and moves to a 9-8 lead. That was a lightning fast exchange to keep things tight. Waze extends the gap, now sitting at 10-8. He's managing to reclaim the lead comfortably now. The tension is skyrocketing as we move into the final stretch with just 1 round separating these two. Omnic has fought back to a stunning 10-10 tie. A truly surprising result given how much Waze usually controls this pair. Omnic is rolling now, taking full control with 3 straight wins. He is really fighting against the grain of their historic rivalry. Waze answers back immediately to bring the scores level. That was a blistering pace to end that sequence. Waze is absolutely locked in, shutting down that push to move within a single round of victory. What a finish! Waze closes it out to secure the series victory. Omnic really pushed him to the absolute limit today. He almost flipped the script on this rivalry. What a battle. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Noir and Waze facing off in a battle that should be incredibly close. Noir starts things off strong, taking control with that early advantage on the ramp. Waze previously took the 13-6 win on Fast Lane today. Noir holds a lead in their all-time head-to-head totals with over 450 wins. It's a long history between these two, but Waze has clearly found a way to counter him in their most recent encounters. Waze is really leaning into his advantage right now, managing to pull away just as things were heating up. Deadlock again, with Noir and Waze sitting at 3 apiece. He's usually the favorite coming into these meetings. Noir pulls ahead by 1 in this absolute nail-biter. Waze had a decent 18-12 run overall today. Waze shows no fear, pushing up and taking Noir right off the ramp. He's certainly playing like the higher rated player right now. Waze edges ahead again, barely holding on to that slim lead. Waze is clearly having the better day so far. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another fast victory to extend his current run. Noir answers back quickly, keeping things tight as they head toward the mid-game break. A crucial stop to stabilize things right before the break. We are deadlocked at 6-6. And honestly, this is exactly the kind of grinding match we expected to see. Both players are playing their roles perfectly here, so a single mistake could decide it. Fresh starts for both right here. Noir strikes first after a restart to lead 7-6. A solid performance from the lower rated player in this series. Noir has an overall 52% success rate in their lifelong clashes. Well, the lower rated player is proving that the numbers can be deceiving. Now it is just a matter of if Waze can break this momentum. Incredible. He claws back another round with a single point of health remaining. Noir is really starting to pull away at 10-7. He's definitely shaking off that loss from the fast aim map. Waze is refusing to buckle, netting a completely clean shot to trim the deficit. He's really starting to find his footing in this series. Waze continues to push back, cutting into the lead by knocking Noir right off the ramp. Waze had a real chance to close the gap, but Noir shuts that down instantly. A solid showing from the 28th ranked player right now. Puts a stop to that momentum and moves within a single round of victory. A huge momentum swing for the higher seeded player. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to keep the dream alive. The nerves are definitely getting to them in these final rounds. Absolute perfection on the final click. Noir closes it out in a flash to secure the victory. Waze really played out of his skin and stayed in it until the very end. He deserved a better result after that effort. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're live on Dunes for a great matchup between Noir and Omnic. Let's see if the favorite can close this out. What a scramble. Noir barely escapes that firefight with a tiny sliver of health. Noir owns a convincing lead in their head-to-head history, winning roughly 64% of their past encounters. But Omnic is proving to be a tough wall to break today. It'll be interesting to see if that historical dominance carries over as the match progresses. We've reached a deadlock with both players sitting at 2. This is a huge start for the underdog of this pair. Omnic is really stacking up the wins right now, building some serious momentum as he takes control of this series. Everything is completely reset now with Noir and Omnic tied. That was a lightning fast exchange. Noir edges ahead with a tight 4-3 lead. That's another win for him today after that close one on Blame. He's completely taken over the server now, securing 3 straight rounds in a row. Omnic It's still very competitive, despite Noir being the heavy favorite today. A total stalemate as Omnic brings the score level. It's a total toss-up right now, despite the usual expectations. Noir pulls ahead by 1 in this grueling battle. That was an incredibly fast reaction to get the lead back. We're all squared up at 6-6. Well, Noir is definitely the better player on paper, but he hasn't been able to pull away yet. It's a nail-biter going into the second half. Side swap. Now we find out. Noir regains the advantage, moving up to 7. He has been quite the wall to climb throughout the day. Omnic fights back, leaving us locked at 7 apiece. That's a complete reset for the lower rated player. Noir is starting to find a bit of separation here as he takes a 2-round lead. And just like that, we're back at a dead heat at 8-all. The gap in their ladder standing isn't playing a role here. Omnic takes the lead now, pushing it to 9-8. He's clearly not feeling the pressure of the ladder gap right now. Noir is doing everything he can to keep this one from slipping away. The higher rated player is fighting for every single inch here. Noir claws back into a slim 10-9 advantage. He's certainly playing the role of the favorite right now. Omnic forces a tie, making it 10 apiece. This is becoming a real battle of wills for these two. Noir is finally starting to put some breathing room between himself and his opponent. Lightning fast reaction to shut that door and put Noir on the verge of victory. Unreal, he survives with a hair's breadth of health to close out the entire series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit this time, but the consistency finally paid off. He had to sweat it out for that one. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange today for this duel between Waze and Omnic. Let's see who takes the win. Waze holds a massive lead in their historical head-to-head with 66 wins. It's surprising to see that leverage not translate immediately, especially since he's entered this duel as the clear favorite. We'll see if Omnic can keep this pressure on. He's just totally in control, moving into a 3-round surge. He's really defying those ladder projections right now. Crisp response from Waze, shutting down that run to make it 1-3. Omnic is just relentless, pushing his lead to 4-1. It's a surprising swing for the underdog right now. What an absolute scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health left. His recent matches weren't suggesting he'd find this kind of rhythm. Waze has managed 19 wins over the last day, so yeah, we're seeing that high volume consistency start to show up as he claws back into this. I think he's just now settling into the pace of the game. Omnic still holds a strong grip at 6-3. It's a tough spot for a player sitting 33rd on the ladder. He's refusing to go away, digging in further with another round in his favor. He's finally starting to play like the top-ranked seed here. He's completely dismantled his opponent's lead and carries all the momentum into the break. We go into the break all tied up at 6-6. Well, it's a flat result. Despite the gap in their overall skill levels, both players are fighting hard, and I expect Waze to start pulling away now. Time for a fresh start. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, pulling ahead with a thin lead of 7-6. That's an incredibly tight exchange for the lead. Omnic strikes back and we are deadlocked at 7-0. The gap in the ratings is barely showing at this point. Omnic takes the lead again, moving ahead 8-7. Omnic is certainly playing his best game of the day. Waze is putting on a display of grit here, evening things up perfectly at 8-8. This feels like a complete reset of the series. What a desperate fight. Both are nearly gone, but he manages to claw out the win. He's really fighting the historical trend today. He's showing incredible resolve, digging in to pull the score level again. Both competitors are practically playing on equal footing right now. A tough brawl on this one, but he's the one left standing, pushing his lead to 10-9. He's definitely feeling the pressure shift in his direction. And just like that, Omnic brings us back to a 10-10 stalemate. That's an incredible level of resilience coming from the lower seed. What a chaotic exchange. He manages to outlast his opponent to take a 1-round lead. Tough test for the higher seed to close this out. Waze is simply refusing to crack, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. Absolutely sensational. Waze finishes him off with a perfect shot to close out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find that final spark to close it out. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Noir and Waze are ready to battle it out to see who comes out on top. Noir has consistently won more than half of their head-to-head encounters. That historical edge seems to be carrying over into today, since he's already coming off a victory against Waze. In their very last meeting, we'll see if Waze can flip the script here. Unreal. He survives with a tiny sliver of health to secure another round. The higher rated player is certainly under pressure now. Another absolute stunner from the ramp, and he's now sitting on a perfect 3-0 start. A sharp response from Waze to prove he can hold his own in this set. Just a reminder that he entered this duel as the favorite. Waze is showing a lot of grit, completely shutting him down to secure another point. The momentum shift is starting to feel real for the favorite. Noir claws back the lead, putting him up 4-2. He's definitely looking more comfortable than in that 13-6 loss they had earlier. Noir is currently sitting on a 3-game win streak across his most recent matches. Well, he's really finding his confidence right now, and it's translating into a commanding lead. Waze needs to figure out a way to break this tide before it gets out of hand. He's refusing to go away, quickly securing another point to keep this series tight. The gap is closing rapidly between these two. He's just unstoppable right now, erasing that deficit to bring the series all the way back to level. He's just on fire right now, taking total control of the game as we head toward the break. Waze holds a 7-5 advantage as we go into the break. Well, the underdog is really making a case for an upset here. He's keeping the pressure high and refusing to let the favorite pull away. Let's see who wakes up first. Noir just narrowed this to a tight 6-7 gap. He's clearly feeling the confidence after those 3 straight victories today. Waze secures a strong lead by holding the ramp and shutting things down again. Quick reaction there to stop that momentum in its tracks. Waze is looking strong, deleting him from the ramp to tighten his grip on the match. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Absolutely spotless work to put an authoritative grip on this series. Waze is effectively taking over the server right now. He just barely edges him out in a brutal shootout, continuing this unbelievable run. Waze is just completely locked in right now. Simply effortless. He is just 1 round away from sealing the match. His precision is just on another level today. A huge stop by Noir to keep his hopes alive. He just needed to get back in the server for a moment. Another clean take for Noir, refusing to let the game slip away. The favorite needs a response to stop the bleeding. Game over. He holds his nerve in the final fight to secure the victory. He really managed to outpace him in those quick reactions. Waze just had the better timing today. Welcome to the arena. We have Noir and Omnic stepping up today to see who can secure the win. Noir holds a strong historical advantage with a 65% win rate when these two face off. That a huge gap to bridge, especially since Noir just beat him in their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can flip the script this time. Omnic is charging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's really defying the odds today. Everything is completely reset now. We're right back where we started. That's the kind of consistency we've seen from him lately. Omnic keeps the momentum, putting Noir down by 1. He's really shaking off that recent slump. Omnic's now cruising with a commanding 4-2 lead. Surprisingly strong showing from the lower rated player here. The momentum has completely shifted as he claims another quick win to push the gap further. Noir shows a lot of heart here, digging in to chip away at the deficit. That's exactly what we expected to see from the frontrunner. Noir has been in strong form lately, winning 70% of his last 10 matches. And honestly, seeing him trail by 3 right now is a real shock. He's normally a force when he's on a hot streak like this. I wonder if he can pull himself back into the game. Omnic is out in front by 3 now. An impressive turnaround for someone currently sitting at rank 34. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he is genuinely putting up a fight against the favorite. He is clearly not intimidated by Noir's overall superiority today. Let's see if Noir can claw back. He's starting to put some pressure on the lead, refusing to let this game slip away. He's finally starting to play like the higher rated competitor. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the lead, leveling the score at 7-7. He is simply on another level right now, taking a commanding lead with a complete shutout. A swift response here as the score returns to a dead heat. Omnic is playing some inspired games despite his usual struggle. Omnic edges ahead, holding a narrow 1-point cushion. Noir's overall control of the head-to-head is slipping away today. He's just completely taken over the map, securing a 3rd straight victory. That's a stark contrast to the recent results Noir has seen today. Keeps the pressure on, showing some real grit to stay in this fight. A much-needed answer from the higher seed. The speed of these last few rounds has been an absolute blur. He's putting on a clinic despite that low career win rate. A huge stop right there to shut down any momentum Noir had built, putting him just a single round away from victory. A complete shutdown by Noir to keep this match alive. He's fighting as hard as he can to justify that higher seeding. He's just not going away, refusing to let the game end here. The gap in skill has definitely narrowed since the start. What a performance. He's completely leveled the game, forcing us straight into overtime. Total deadlock to start the extra frames. A lighting fast shot to take the lead, leaving Noir completely stunned. A huge shift in energy compared to how the day started. Absolutely wild. Noir survives by a hair's breadth in a brutal exchange to bring the score level at 13-13. Noir is simply unstoppable, claiming another flawless round to stay in control of the series. What an exchange. He digs deep to push ahead and puts himself on the verge of victory. That's 3 straight for him, a huge momentum swing in the final stretch. Absolutely sensational. He closes the door on this series and secures the victory. He really had to dig deep to survive those overtime frames. Omnic played his heart out tonight, but he just couldn't close it out. What a fight. Welcome to Redline, everyone. We have Waze and Omnic facing off today, with Waze entering as the clear favorite. Waze holds a massive historical lead, having won 71% of their head-to-head games, and that dominance is continuing tonight since he is already on a run against Omnic. We have to see if the underdog can actually break that cycle. Omnic has clawed back a surprising 2-1 lead. A surprising start given the gaps on the ladder. Waze manages to put a stop to that momentum, quickly cutting Omnic down from the ramp. He's certainly looking to maintain that recent edge from their last pairing. Omnic is really starting to stack up the wins here, taking control of the tempo early on. It's definitely a tough afternoon for the lower rated player so far. Waze is refusing to let Omnic build any kind of momentum here. We're back to a dead heat. Waze is really starting to pull away, utilizing the ramp to keep his advantage. The numbers are favoring the better rated player here. What a turnaround for him, securing another win from the ramp to build a strong cushion. Omnic manages to win this scramble, keeping the gap tight at 5-4. He's fighting through a tough string of results lately. Omnic is looking sharp right now, taking full control of that ramp to bring the score level. Absolute chaos on the ramp. He manages to scrape through with almost nothing left in the tank. That was a heart-stopping finish for the higher rated side. Waze holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, things are going exactly as predicted so far. He's comfortably in the driver's seat, though Omnic is staying within striking distance. Fresh start for both players. Waze looks completely locked in, securing another quick win from the ramp to widen that gap. Another strong showing from the higher rated player today. Waze is just refusing to give an inch, completely shutting down Omnic's attempt to take the ramp. He's just untouchable right now, raining fire from the ramp for another clean victory. He's certainly bringing that confidence from his recent victory against Noir. He's just outclassing everyone right now, securing another flawless hit from the ramp. Waze is really putting his weight around here today. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange to push himself to a single round away from victory. That was an incredibly tight exchange for a narrow victory. Total nail-beater of a trade there. A gutsy fight back there to stop the slide. A quick read by Omnic to secure another victory and keep the dream alive. He's refusing to just fade away now. Omnic shuts him down on the ramp, keeping the momentum rolling with a third consecutive win. He's completely in control now, bringing a 4-round heater into the final stretch. Waze is starting to feel the pressure from this underdog. He's just not stopping, putting together a 5-round streak to keep this game alive. The momentum has completely shifted toward the underdog. He's on fire. That's 6 straight for Omnic, and now he's just 1 point shy of forcing overtime. A total reversal from how the draft looked on paper. Absolute perfection to close it out. Waze secures the victory and takes down the series. He really had to dig deep after that massive comeback attempt from Omnic. Just a couple of clutch saves made the difference. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Noir and Waze facing off on Italy for today's duel. Noir holds a clear advantage in the all-time head-to-head record, and honestly he's looking to use that long-term confidence to overcome the recent loss he suffered against Waze earlier today. It'll be interesting to see if he can push that lead even further. Noir's now gripping a tight 2-1 lead here. He's really pushing back against the ratings gap here. Unreal. He survives by the absolute skin of his teeth to take another round. He's really making a case against the higher rank here. That was an instant shutdown. Noir puts it away effortlessly to extend the run. A gritty firefight here, but Waze manages to edge out the win to keep this series close. Noir is showing some serious resilience today, despite a 19-16 record over the last day. He's managed to flip the script here and completely nullify the higher ranking Waze holds on our ladder. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this control. Waze is struggling to keep up now, trailing 6-3. The momentum has shifted completely since their last encounter. Waze is just completely out of sync right now, getting out-dueled in almost no time at all. A completely untoast finish by Noir, who looks nearly unstoppable heading into the side swap. Noir takes a huge lead heading into the break at 9-3, and honestly, it's exactly what we wanted to see from the favorite. He's playing with total confidence right now to push his advantage. Time for a fresh start. Waze finally claws one back, but still trails 9-4. That's a slightly better map win rate on his side of things. Noir just keeps piling them on, now leading 10-4. He's showing a much more composed side than in their last meeting. These exchanges are happening so fast lately, Waze just can't find an answer for those quick reactions. Waze has a bit of a mountain to climb, but he's fighting back with a couple of these quick trades. What a slugfest. He barely scrapes through that exchange to put himself one round away from victory. Game over. Noir closes this out with a lightning fast finish to seal the victory. He just completely shut the door on any hopes of a comeback. A tough way to end the series for Waze. Welcome back to the league. Noir and Omnic are facing off on orange, with Noir entering as the heavy favorite. Noir usually has a strong grip on this rivalry, winning over 65% of their encounters, but Omnic is refusing to play the role of the underdog today. It will be interesting to see if the ranking gap matters as this set progresses. Noir holds a slim lead as we head back in. Omnic has really struggled against his opponents lately. Things are looking extremely fast today, and Omnic is currently holding his own in this battle. Omnic takes a narrow lead, pushing the score to 3-2. He's fighting back from a rough start to his day. Another rapid-fire shot to the head, and he's now cruising with a 3-round lead. Noir answers back quickly to cut that lead down to 1. The favorite is finally finding some footing in this series. Noir equalizes this set, making it a dead heat. The momentum is swinging back to the higher rated player. Incredible, that was a complete shootout, but he manages to edge out the victory by the skin of his teeth. We're totally locked in at 5 apiece. He's really putting the pressure on his opponent right now. Omnic clinches another one and takes a 1-round lead. He's really fighting the tide after a rough series of games today. We're deadlocked at 6-6. I mean, the higher seed has managed to keep pace. Omnic is putting up a fight, but Noir still looks like the smarter player in the server right now. Let's see who takes the lead. Noir pulls ahead again, barely maintaining a 1-round advantage. Coming off a strong win against Waze earlier. He's looking sharp. Omnic has been through a rough stretch with a 12-24 record in the last day. It is becoming a real struggle for him to find a way back into this match. The gap is starting to feel quite wide now. Noir regains the upper hand with an 8-7 lead. He's really digging deep to close that gap. Omnic claws back to tie it up at 8-all. Absolute lightning speed on that last exchange. The tide has officially turned as he secures a 3rd straight win. The lower ranked player is firmly in control right now. What a fight. Noir manages to survive the exchange and levels the match at 9-all. Just barely clung to that round by a sliver of health. Omnic just edged ahead, taking a 10-9 lead. He's making the most of this server today. Unbelievable, a complete war of attrition that barely goes the distance, but he secures the tie. Absolute chaos in this set, neither one can pull away. Noir is really putting the screws to him now, stacking up another win and taking full control of the pace. It is a complete toss-up now, neither player can put away the other in this nail-biter. A ruthless display of speed to hold Noir's momentum and put himself one step away from victory. Unbelievable, Omnic shuts the door with a perfect shot to secure the map victory. That is a massive statement from the underdog, totally shaking off a brutal losing streak to take a huge game. He truly earned every bit of this. What a fight.